enduring,
principled,
captivating,
edification,
ardor,
renunciation. Soil, a journey filled with tears of joy, pain of success, onus of belief, and leaving behind everything that ever made you feel that you cannot do it. A journey you can never forget.
every story you have ever connected with, every leader you have ever admired, every funny little thing you have ever accomplished is the result of taking action. You have a choice. You can either be a victim of the circumstance, or you can be the hero of your own life. Hitch your wagon to the star, do the action.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I, Kumud, along with Ashwini Walia of Go Givers Batch, welcome you to this beautiful journey of this momentous occasion filled with passion, reason, love, joy, resentment, and last but not the least, extreme fulfillment.
Brace yourself for enduring moments which not only shaped our student lives, but also has taken this institute further onto a trajectory headed towards prestige.
Just a few announcements before we begin. For the next few hours, we request your undivided attention. So kindly put your phones on silent mode for all the students as well. And the restrooms are just outside the door onto your left.
I've heard it said that the first ingredient of success is to dream a great dream. A dream was dreamt, action was taken, soil was born. An abode to leaders, a training ground for innovators, and a playground for enthusiasts. Soil, in its 6th year since inception, has been able to cater to individual dreams by inducing the spirit of diversity, ethics, mindfulness, compassion, and sustainability. Dear innovators, I'm sure as you look back, today you have many interesting narratives to recite, emotions to share, and plots to build. Time to let the leader within you stand up to the world and make a difference. On this special day, we would like to congratulate you on your commencement from one of the finest coterie in the world.
Thank you, Ashwini. Soil was created with a vision to bring together individuals who are looking forward to bring about a positive change around them. Each year, a group of leaders go out into the world ignited with the spirit of soil. We are sure that you will keep up this spirit and ignite many more around you. I now request our honored guests to light the ceremony lamps. Would like to invite Mr. Anil Sachdev, Mr. Rajiv Dubey, our industry partner, Mr. Kaushik Ganguly from Taj Hotels, Dr. K.K. Noria,
Warm welcome to all to this graduation ceremony of the 6th batch of students, the innovators. Also, Soil now completes 6 years. In a spiritual context, it's believed that number 6 represents harmony, balance, sincerity, love, truth, enlightenment, compassion, and forgiveness. No wonder soil today personifies all this, and so does this batch, the innovators. I'm privileged to welcome Mr. Rajiv Dubey, President and member of the Group Executive Boards, Mahindra & Mahindra, and also Mr. Naren Chaudhary, who will be joining us later, the President of Yum Restaurants, as today's guests of honor. Soil deeply appreciates your gracing the occasion by your presence. We are also joined today by many of our industry partners, NGO associates, professionals, and the external faculty members who continue to support soil in innumerable ways. A very warm welcome to all of you. Our special guests today are the parents of the students. Dear parents, a year back, you sent your children to soil. We held out a promise of showing them the path to become meaningful and contributing members of the society. In the 2 months I have been here, I'm amazed to see how the learnings at soil have been imbibed by each one of them. Last few days, they have been sharing their individual experiences and have shared how they have been impacted individually during their stay here. I am confident that all of you parents would be pleasantly surprised to see how they have developed during this 1 year. Soil probably has lived up to its promise and claims. Thank you so much for sending your children to us and reposing your confidence in this institution. Dear innovators, you step out to your next phase of life. Last year, you were spent in acquiring knowledge and skills. That was the easier part. The real work starts now. When you put to use the learnings we have gathered here, when you put them to use in the real life situations, soil has just sown the seeds. You need to nurture them and ensure their growth. I'm here reminded of the words of a philosopher, which I find very relevant. He said, when knowledge matures and lodges itself in the mind, it becomes wisdom. When wisdom is integrated with life and issues out in action, it becomes character. Knowledge not transformed into action, such knowledge is useless. So, dear innovators, go out and put all that you have learned into action and strive to make the world a better place to live. I wish all of you the very best. And once again, a very warm welcome to everyone present here. Thank you very much.
If you have knowledge, let others light their candle in it. With this famous quote by Margaret Fuller, I would like to invite someone who has knowledge in abundance and has lit many candles in the past and continues to do so with love and passion. I request Anil sir to please come onto the stage.
कल्याणे निरतं करुणामयं नमामि चिन्मयं देवं सद्गुरुं ब्रह्मविद्वरम्। The real founder of the school, my friends, is Swami Chinmayananda, in whose name we govern, because of whose inspiration some of us dared to start this new journey. And so, my first sincere thanks and a feeling of gratitude. Thank you is not enough to one spiritual teacher. But how can one just say thank you to the master and say that is enough? But every moment in his presence was very special, because of which it shaped our thinking and the character of so many people. And some of that we have attempted to bring, not perfectly, I must confess, but in our own way we have attempted to bring his teachings and combine that with what is relevant in today's times, in a language which today's world can appreciate. And so my first thanks to the spiritual master. This year we honored the spiritual master by undertaking a very important task, which I hope all of you in this audience will become part of during this year. We are celebrating 100 years of Swami Chinmayananda's life. We are beginning the centenary celebrations. And Pujya Guruji Swami Tejomayanandaji has chosen SOIL as the organization to organize a gathering of people from all over the world, which will take place from 10th to 13th of December in the Vibhuti Ashram of Chinmay Mission in Pune. And I hope many of the batch students who are here, innovators, will take the time, and I hope many of our visiting faculty, parents, you are all very welcome to join us in the celebration of Swami Chinmayananda's life that will take place there. And this group of students has been working with us assiduously during the year to make that happen. So I first wanted to say thank you to Gurudev, and thank you to all of you for becoming part of that journey. This was also the year when we attempted something very new. The Chinmay Mission has this study group class once a week on the Upanishads and the Gita. So we started this also, the first study group in SOIL. And we made it voluntary, and a handful of students chose to attend that class. And I think they became really, if I may call them, Guru Bhai and Guru Behan, because there is no elder or younger person in that study group. In study group, all of us were together, studying the text together. So whether it was Shailendraji or myself or some of us who pretend to be young, with all the very wonderful young people of the Innovators batch, I think it was a remarkable journey. And the other day we had the final class of the year, which was very remarkable. An idea came that we will all bring some little food from our home and we will have a potluck at the end of the class. And it was an amazing coming together and celebration of the journey of these 6 students who really very sincerely tried to ask new questions in their life based on a beautiful book written by Swami Chinmayananda called Kindle Life. If you can kindle the spirit of learning in your life, Swami Chinmayananda always told us, students are not vessels to be filled. They are the sources to be ignited. If you can create the love for learning in students, you don't have to teach anything to them. And he said to us, the role of teachers is only to create the love for learning. It's not to provide information. For that we have Dr. Google now. I think all the knowledge in the world is available to our students, perhaps more than they are available to faculty. So our students perhaps know more than even the faculty. But I think our role is more in today's world to light that whole spark of genius within them. They say the genie is within us, that is genius. And our role is just to light the spark, and that's what we did this year. So my first part of my report this year is to present what we did to honor Swami Chinmayananda and what we propose to do this year. The second, we must thank all the people sitting here on the right hand side. I want you to know that people sitting on the right hand side are the people who matter the most in our lives. I go and do workshops on leadership in different parts of the world. When I'm in North America and I ask the leaders in America, who are the role models in your life? Who are the people whom you really think are your role models? So they named different people. Not one in that class names a parent as a role model in North America. Not one. I have been doing this for many years now. I haven't had a single leader naming a parent as a role model in North America. When I go to Europe and ask the same questions, the numbers improve. Maybe one or two name a parent. When I go to Japan, many people name their parents. When I come to India and ask my students and ask all the leaders that I teach, all of them name their parents. All of them. And I want you to know this, that the people who are sitting on the right hand side, you are the people who your students, who are your children sitting on the other side of the room, they really hero worship you. Not a day passes without their saying thank you to you. Not a day passes when they don't bring up as to how grateful they are. I know some of them, some of our children sometimes fight with us, some of them argue with us, and my daughter and my wife continuously fight with each other, but they are the best of friends. So they can't do without fighting and they can't do without each other either. So this kind of very special relationship, when my daughter was studying in London School of Economics, my wife used to talk to her 6 times a day. I said, what's going on here? Why is Meg calling you now? Now she's just walking from Trafalgar Square to LSE and on the way she's saying hello to you. I said, come on, there must be some better reason. And I was with Mr. Rajiv Dube's daughter just before coming, and the amount she hero worships her father. She was looking and saying, I have watched my dad's YouTube videos and he is a very special speaker. I mean, do you know how good he is? I said, of course I know how good he is, because we all love Rajiv. Our daughters, our sons, our children, the way they so I want to know, and therefore all the batches, the students of Innovators, I want you to get up and give a big hand to your parents. No matter how much credit they take for their decision to join SOIL, I know that they came here because of you. If you had not approved, they won't be here. So it gives us great joy to thank you. And I think on your behalf this year, we did many things with the Innovators batch. There are 3 new things we did with them, which I want to tell you. One, in the class that we teach on leadership, we took them to different parts of Delhi on the final class, where they went in teams. Students went to the mosque to pray. They had never entered inside a mosque. Some students went inside the Gurdwara, which they had never entered. Some people went to the Dargah in Nizamuddin, which they had never gone to. So they went to different places of worship, and they sat down in teams and sat in meditation. And they got some very beautiful experiences, and we all gathered in the Lodi garden, and we had lunch sent from SOIL to them, and we had this beautiful afternoon of celebration of the learning that came out of learning from every beautiful place of worship. I think as parents, you want to teach your children that there is beauty in the oneness of human beings. You want to teach them how love and compassion are the strongest force in planet Earth, because that's what parents want their children to be. Students often ask me questions about, my parents are concerned about my future, what will happen. I tell them the only thing that parents want from you, only one thing they want from you, which is your happiness. No parent wants anything else from their children. They only want your happiness. And this celebration of the inner happiness in our students, which we did in this beautiful experience, we did this new thing with them this year, which was very special. The second new thing we did with these students this year is we gave them a new name, which will stay with them for their life. We call them Innovators. Innovators are never scared of problems. They never are bothered by constraints. They don't worry about lack of time and resources. The Innovators convert a challenge into an opportunity, a major problem and an issue into an opportunity to make a difference. They will do this for the rest of their life because now that's their name. They are called innovators. And India requires so many innovators because we have so many serious issues and problems that the normal process of problem solving is not going to secure a better future for this country. So on your behalf, we did that this year, and we did several new aspects of learning on innovation, including signing a partnership with the world famous MIP University in Italy, with whom we will offer a joint degree program based on innovation. The third thing we did with your children this year, the students this year, is to get them to celebrate the importance of citizenship. We said if you are true innovators, you will not just be witnesses to problems in this city. And many of them took charge of the problems in this city, whether it was participating in Rahgiri, in Gurgaon and taking their message there, or it is even taking care of a perennial traffic problem close to the campus by working with the authorities to make sure they place a policeman on duty there. I mean, many small things they did this year to show that they are really good citizens. That's the third thing that we did with your students this year. So I want to thank you, and I want to tell you that this wealth will remain with them for the rest of their life. Now third, industry is sitting here. Industry wants us to be always current. And this year, therefore, we asked 3 new problems. We said, how is the world changing? And I came to know this, and I'm sure my industry friends will know this. In the last 3 years, the world has produced as much recorded data as it did in the entire history of mankind. From the history of recording data till 3 years back, as much data was produced, and in last 3 years, the same amount of data has been produced. That means we in the world need to recognize that there is so much of data being produced, converted into information, that we need to teach our students the importance of the big data, the analytics, and all these aspects. So this year we have introduced courses in that. We have introduced courses in digital transformation. We have made our program much more current because every year we begin by asking what is industry wanting most our students to learn, and we have been continuously updating. So that's what we did for industry. For NGO partners, we have started a whole new revolution in soil in the social innovation program. And I'm very pleased to announce that, which is something all the parents would be very happy to know, that we have bought land in Manesar, not too far from here, where we are going to build a residential campus. And one of the first decisions we are taking there is to involve the local community, the rural areas around there, to make sure that we, as Mr. Noria was telling me today, that we must remind ourselves to the promise we made that we will go into the rural areas to identify talented poor students whom we can bring to soil one day and to work in partnership with industry. So the Manesar campus is dedicated to 3 things. Designing the future based on what we call design thinking, the whole approach on innovation, and the whole approach on entrepreneurship, especially entrepreneurship with a social face. We said the old ways must die, like Shiva said, the Shiva energy. So the DIE acronym is design thinking, innovation, and entrepreneurship. And the transformation will take place by the old ways dying. When Shiva does his work, Lord Brahma takes over. And therefore the new ways will begin. And so in the board meeting, we came out with a beautiful acronym called the new diet that is coming out of soil, DIET. The design thinking, innovation, entrepreneurship, transformation, the new diet that will come out of soil, which will be the whole new curriculum. And I hope many innovators will participate, and many of the earlier batches will participate in designing the new curriculum for the new program that we will specially offer to our NGO partners as something which is going to work on large social issues that we need to take responsibility for. Lastly, I want to say that the most important stakeholders are finally our own selves, which means our own sense of inner purpose, our own inner happiness. And I'm so glad to tell you that this innovative batch I will remember always as the happiest batch of soil. Not only they love soil a lot and love the faculty and love all the visiting faculty and the mentors and industry folks and so on, they love each other a lot. And it's not as if they don't fight, it's not as if they don't have conflict. I mean, that's part of the game, right? But the amount of love they have for each other is very special. I hope they will preserve this love, and I hope this 1 year of relationship they have built is very unique. You are the happiest batch, and I know that you're going to make the world a very, very happy place. So on your behalf, therefore, I gave you a report of what we have been up to in the last 12 months. I spoke whatever came from my heart, and I really want to thank you for giving us this opportunity to be of partnership with each one of you. And I want you to know that these students are very special, and I'm very sure they are going to do exceptionally well when they graduate. Thank you very much.
As cricket lovers, we have come to know that partnerships are right at the heart of famous victories. SOIL has been witnessing one such partnership. Anil sir and Dr. K.K. Noria, partners in prosperity, have been strengthening the roots of this institute since its inception. I request Anil sir to please call upon Dr. K.K. Noria for a special session that says, "What does SOIL mean to me?"
He is the chairman of our board, and I have a deep regard in calling him my supervisor, because he doesn't supervise me, but he always has three things when he comes. He has unlimited positive energy. No person, people who work for somebody require only that. Tremendous positive energy. Number two, razor sharp mind. I have not seen too many minds better than Mr. Noria. And three, always the childlike curiosity to learn. I hope that all of us will carry these three things of Mr. Noria with us, because by joining this school and being an investor and a board member and a chairman of the school, I mean, the amount of joy he has given to multiple people over the years is absolutely amazing. So with these words, I introduce Mr. Noria to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Anil. I think ignore what Anil said, because he likes me too much, so that's why he says all these things. But basically, I want to add my own word of welcome to all of you. I believe all of you are in one way or the other stakeholders in the journey. And I want to thank you for choosing SOIL as your preferred partner in this journey. But I also am conscious that when you choose a partner, you have certain expectations from that partner. And you only feel happy or satisfied when those expectations are met. So today, I would like to hear from you how far we have met your expectations. And what does SOIL mean to you? I would like to say three things: that what do you found SOIL, what is unique about it, and what are the improvements that you like to suggest, because as they say, excellence has no finishing line, and we are conscious of that. So I would like to invite few of you. We have already taken the names of some of them, so they are aware that we are going to call them. And so first is the student, that is Chandrasekhar.
Karagravasti Lakshmi Karamadhi Saraswati Karamuristakavi Mangalam Kardashi. It gives me immense pleasure in sharing my journey at SOIL. If I had to pack it and bundle and thread it into one single statement, I would say that it has instilled an ideal in my mind, not just a learning. An ideal that you could serve much beyond your body and mind, that you have the capability and the possibility to serve the community. When I say that, it brings to my mind one of the shortest editions of Swami Chinmayananda, Secret of Action. In that book he says that there are the rishis of our nation have very keenly observed and have said that there are three categories into which we could categorize the quality of work that one does. The first category is the laborer. If you ask a laborer, why are you working? He would tell you, I'm working because I need wages. I'm working because I need to feed my stomach, my family's stomach, my wife's, my children's stomachs. That will be his answer. If you ask a question, why are you working? That's of a laborer. The second category is of a worker, a social worker, a political worker, a religious worker, a spiritual worker. If you ask him the question, why are you working? He would say that I'm working for success. He is in the journey of making an ideal into an actual. He has an idealistic pattern in his mind and he's looking to actualize it in the society and the community that he resides in. His definition of success is not of his, but his definition of success is of himself and the community that he lives in. The third wonderful category of the quality of work is men of achievement, men of fulfillment. If you ask a question to a man of fulfillment, he would have no answer because he just does what he feels. He has no regard to what the community thinks, to what the people around him think. He is doing out of his own will. He is serving his own self. He is finding some fulfillment in what he does. Unfortunately, we have always destroyed and killed such people. For example, Mahatma Gandhiji, Copernicus, and a few others who came up with razor-sharp brains. I should also include Osho, who came up with razor-sharp brains and they had something to do. They were just working towards their own fulfillment. And in that process, people around them and the geographies around them get fulfilled. In these three categories, the beautiful thing is that it is not very much the level of work or the nature of work that one does, but it is the quality of work that one brings about and one coughs out of himself. A scavenger need not be a laborer because if he has the motive that he's serving the community, he becomes a worker. And if he's doing that job, that work, for the fulfillment of his own self, then he becomes the man of achievement, the man of fulfillment. Soil has given an opportunity and a possibility. It has instilled an ideal in me that you can serve much beyond your body and mind. Because essentially, if a person is just working for himself throughout his life, he stinks. And if a person works beyond his body and mind, he blossoms and fragrance spreads. It gives me very immense pleasure in sharing this, that most of us, initially, we would be laborers because of our situations. Some of us would become workers, and a few of us will move into the men of fulfillment. I wish that happens. Thank you.
Very good evening to all the esteemed members present here. I feel so honored to speak in front of you all seasoned leaders. First of all, I must congratulate to all the budding leaders or innovators, as the name came now. On this memorable day, I would like to express my sincere gratitude for the I'm sorry. I would like to express my sincere gratitude for the efforts faculty has taken to transform their personality. From the day one, my daughter Sakshi, she has thoroughly enjoyed every moment at SOIL, from yoga class to MIP University. She was always inspired by the CEOs, other leaders coming to the SOIL, and always used to inspire by the stories. Curriculum may be the same in all the B schools, but SOIL, what I found, has special abilities, special features. They were the trip to Sidbari, their morning circle time, appreciation therapy. They strengthened the child, and above all, they were providing seasoned leaders as mentors to each child. Above, and very special feature which they have is what you call social innovations, which inculcated the value to work for the social cause. That is the very good thing I like about SOIL. Now they know what they have received from society, they should give it to back. And the classes by Anil sir, they had a really great impact on their personality. It tremendously changed the thinking. I still remember the day Sakshi suddenly called me up one afternoon, cried and apologized for the event happened a long time back during the childhood. He has taught them to be positive, to take care of smaller things, to be affectionate and to forgive all. Sir, you have enlightened the inner spirit, sparked their potential. On this special day, it is the faculty of soil which has to be honored and not the parents, because faculty has taught them the art of living well, to stay connected to people rather than connecting them. I would also like to say thanks to special teachers like Renu ma'am, Nitika ma'am, who believed in my daughter, inspired her goals, to chase her dreams. They were the pillars of support, epitome of strength, disciplinaries, yet always approachable and warm at heart. I am thankful for the wonderful effort they have taken to transform her personality through self-discovery. If your curriculum at soil is the raw material, then your holistic education is the manure for the soul of children. Soil has given them the platform to open their wings and fly high, to apply what they have learned. I sincerely at times believe I should be the student here instead of she coming. There's lots of spiritual development, spiritual learning, which I miss. When I was a student, I missed all those. Thank you so much and I wish you all the best.
Coming third is really difficult here because most of the thoughts in your thought bubble are either taken by the first one or the second one. I would still want to start with the note, one of my thoughts. When I see through his eyes, I see the essence of my life clearly. Where with his, I meant God. When I came to soil, soil served as a launchpad for me as an individual. I came here as a wanderer, as an explorer, looking and seeking for answers, very, very difficult answers. But when I came here, the questions that I got engaged with within the conversations, I got clarity. And with that clarity, I saw myself growing. And that was the me part. Then with further expansion, the me became we with collaboration, with the batchmates, with the faculty, with the mentors, with the guidance from everyone coming in abundance. And that guidance helped me understand that one is never enough. When all of us are together to do something, we are larger than the idea at times. Then came the we. And then in one of the sessions, during it was a continual journey of self-understanding, self-motivation. And during one of the sessions in the class, one of our professors, Mr. Sham, he told DVX is greater than R, where D stands for positive dissatisfaction, V stands for vision, F stands for first step. It all clubbed together should be greater than R. That means your resistance to change yourself. And when I could connect with that at a different level altogether, and then again a turbine of energy and enthusiasm started building in. And with all of this, Soil always taught, give more than your capacity, you always have enough anyway. Soil has been this place, it is always dear to me. Soil to me was the life-changing experience, 2010, and it still holds a very special place in my heart. And this is the 6th convocation of Soil that I have been a part of. I was also the part of first convocation, so it's a special feeling again. Thank you very much, Soil. Thank you very much, faculties. Thank you very much, everyone.
First of all, my name is Vishal Manchanda. I work for an organization called Indus Towers Limited, and I look after their learning and development function. Before I actually go on to that, I would like to, congratulate all of you here. I think you are 78 of you, right? Congratulations. I think, it's being on that side is a mixed feeling, when you're wearing that cap and wearing that black dress. Today is your graduation from one part, so you are, crossing one airport and moving on to another airport to take another flight. And when you take that flight, you require, all the kind of goods. You don't know if you're going to go on a budget airline or you're going to go on a fully paid airline. Should you carry your food or you shouldn't carry your food? With the, Anil's guidance, you have had Shyam's guidance. They have, coached organizations, they have coached leaders across industries. All that juice has been given to you. So hopefully, you are fully equipped to go on a budget airline, or you are fully equipped to go on a, fully paid airline where you get the requisite learning. So all the best to you. I've been asked to speak about, our experiences with, Soil, and we have been partnering them, I think, throughout the 6 years now. And I worked with Anil sir before also in his, previous research organization, which has helped me shape in my previous organization the competency framework. I have just, I'll use the analogy here, Soil. Our relationship had been very specific with Soil. They have been able to give us our specific requirements, whether it was for our leadership program, for our senior leaders. We have been working with them for GLP program. They run a program which is an international level program which gives leaders exposure to international counterparts. They provide them specific coaching. At that level, coaching becomes very difficult. One, to be given, and second, to be taken in. Because you think you have arrived, you have 18 or 20 years of experience. So they handle that program beautifully for the last 6 years. But I think that is for a limited population. But where I would say specific is the ELVP program and the HRLP programs which are run. I think that's where it gets really, really dense and good. My first experience when I stepped into Indus Towers was one of our employees who was there was not doing very well, and fortunately or unfortunately, that was the first person I interacted with. And the feedback forms, the interaction level, actually made us realize where he was going wrong. And it was his inner self, as you have been talking about all the spiritual experiences here. He was pretty much, lost with that. We could correct that. And to me, that journey has continued every 3 months. The conversations we had, the feedback which has been given is very well taken. And recently with the HR program, which has been launched, 3 participants which have gone through that, I think the learning is immense. As experienced HR professionals, they think they have already gained the experience. So that experience for people who have been practitioners, have done their MBA, to again go through a program. And you would be surprised that a lot of people have done their MBA. We thought, as Anand sir was talking about data, we dug into the big data you had, that most of the people had done their MBA and came back. So that gives us, the specific nature of how you meet the industry's requirement. And that is pretty unique. You don't find that, wherever you go. Second, I come to the OPs, on-the-job learning. People have been able to apply that learning. And that becomes very important. As I was giving you that airport analogy, if you can't apply what you have learned, it becomes very difficult. All of you have gone through 10th, 12th, BCom. Do you remember topography? Yeah. Can you draw it for me right now? No. So, it's exactly like that. You go through so many managerial jargons, you go through so many theories, but at the moment when you face a particular problem, or as innovators you would face a challenge, how do you apply that and it comes to you that, yeah, I need to apply that? That's where you will get your, worth, or you will be able to prove yourself. So I think that on the job, or the specific nature, what will work or what not will work, is pretty well captured here. I is intent. To me, I is a representation of intent, that the intent is there. All the spiritual conversations, all the innovation, all the new campus which you're talking about, is about how, we want to make a difference to youngsters. Anil sir was making a difference to, older population for many years. And then the population changed. That he said, let me groom youngsters. So the intent is there, and that's where it gets translated onto you, and you are the torchbearers of that intent as well. And L is likability. You should like what you do. All of you, if you don't get the job you want, as somebody was talking about being a laborer, you won't graduate to that. You should like what you do. Even if you are, digging a hole, you should be liking what you do. I think they create that likability with the faculty or with the content, and that reflects very well in the learnings which people take back. So that's what I have to add here. All the best again. Enjoy your moment. Thank you.
Evening to you all. To start with, I would like to congratulate all the students graduating today, and I would also like to congratulate all the faculty, Anand sir, Shailendra sir, Mr. Jinsi, A&B sir. All of you have done a wonderful job. You're working really hard, and what I find and what I can appreciate is that you are helping these kids who are passing out realize what they really want to do and make them feel from inside. Today there are, I think, about 4,000 plus business schools in the country, recognized business schools. They are all producing managers. But these managers are the ones who are working with from the outside, not from the inside. They are being motivated by external factors like salary, by bonuses, by incentives, and many other such things. But what I found in my experience with soil in these last 3-4 years is that these students who are coming out from here, they are the ones who are working from inside. And that's where I think the real leader comes out. A leader is one who thinks from inside and he inspires others to follow them. Whereas a manager who is working on external forces is forcing people to follow them. He's not inspiring people to follow them. He just makes them follow, I would rather say that. And a true leader who thinks from inside, people come behind them automatically. Now as an NGO, we are working not because we are being paid for it, or the government wants us to do it, or any other organization wants us to do it. We are working because we sincerely feel that the world or the people around, there are lots of things around us that need to be attended to so that the world becomes a better place for all of us to live in and for our children to live in. So, there are a lot of gaps that have been left in society, maybe by the government, maybe by the industry, maybe by everyone, all of us. Somewhere we are leaving a gap. And I think that this gap is being, we as NGO workers are trying to fill in these gaps. And I think these students of soil who have learned to think from inside, to feel and to be able to sensitize their feelings and to be able to understand and empathize with people and the problems that are there around them. These are the leaders who are going to fill these gaps. And I really thank all of you for inspiring these students. And soil means a lot for me, and I have great expectations that the world is going to be a much better place because of these youngsters. Thank you.
Let me share with you why we started soil, what was our objective, what we tried to do, and hopefully we have partially succeeded doing what we wanted to do. When we started soil, our idea was that we wanted to make a paradigm shift in the management education. Not just for ourselves, but our idea was that we should be a catalyst in creating that paradigm shift in the management schools all over India. And why did we think that? Because our view was at that time that most of the good management schools in India have as their aim to develop leaders which will make positive difference to society. All management schools have one version or the other. This has their aim. But there is a total disconnect between their aim and the people that they develop. Because the people who come out of those schools merely looked at their pay package. So our concern was that how do we create an institute which can eliminate the disconnect, where the leaders truly make the positive difference to society. That was the purpose. And then we thought that easy to say, but how do we do it? Then I think we leaned on the Indian wisdom, and we thought that if we can convey the concept of Nishkam Karam to our students, then we will create the leaders of the type which we want. Because once they grasp the concept of Nishkam leader, Nishkam Karam, then they will become the leaders for whom leadership is a privilege for service. Then they will think of service before self. Then they will not think that what is in it for me before they do something. And the moment they start doing that, then we feel that they will not do anything which is not principle-based or which is not value-based. So having come across this feeling or solution, if we wish to call it, through Indian wisdom, called Nishkam Karam, then the issue was how do we implement it? Because implementation is always more difficult than thinking of an idea. And we thought if we have to implement it, then we have to first of all tweak our admission program. Don't admit these students merely on the IQ basis, as most of the management schools do, but look at the leadership profile of the students. Ask them why they want to join SOIL. Get them properly interviewed and try to see whether we can admit those people who have the making of a leader with a service orientation. So that's the first thing we changed. Then we thought that we have to tweak our curriculum so that we help people to discover their true self and also discover their true purpose in life. Because in Indian philosophy, there is a thing called Swadharam. That if you follow your Swadharam, then you blossom, you shine. And therefore, we thought that if we can involve these two, then we also thought that if we have to make them believe in Nishkam Karam, then we must expose them to certain entities which are doing Nishkam Karam in actual practice. And that is when we thought of collaborating with NGOs and taking them citywide. So this is the additional thing which we thought we should do apart from the general program. But we are also conscious that after all, when the students come out of this institute, their knowledge should be relevant to the industry, to the current and the emerging needs of the industry. And there we were fortunate that many industry leaders agreed to give us their time to our industry consortia and help us to make sure that our program remains relevant to the industry needs. We also felt that as youngsters, during their studies, they will also have some dilemmas, which they may or may not be able to share openly with the faculty and others. Therefore, we provided them what we call mentorship. So that whatever is the dilemmas, wherever difficulties they feel a disconnect between what we teach and what is applicable in practice, or where they want to discuss how they can grow in their own, they can have this mentorship. So that is where our mentoring program came in. So I think having done this, all this program, etc., ultimately you need the people who can deliver it. And we were fortunate that we could get some like-minded faculty who are both competent and committed, both from India and abroad. And I think they have been able to deliver what we had in mind. And listening to the 5 partners today, I feel that we are on the right track. We have covered a fair ground, but of course we have miles to go. But I would like to say the credit for all this really depends on 3 persons. One is the industry leaders from industry consortia who help us to make the program relevant. Second were mentors who solve the dilemmas of the youngsters. And third were excellent teachers who have taught them what it should be. Thank you very much for your patience.
Well, I think SOIL is not just an institute, but it's an institution which inculcates values, and they instill those values into your system forever and ever. On this note, we would like to move ahead to the unveiling of the yearbook, and I would like to call upon Mr. Anil Sachdev again and Dr. Naurya for the unveiling of the yearbook. going to see this beautiful journey of soil, not just from the perspective of the leaders present here, but also from the perspective of the students, of the innovators. The journey of friendship, togetherness, and liveliness, and how they celebrate life at soil. I would now like to call upon Mayuri and Megha for a scintillating dance performance and a much awaited dance performance.
हाँ दुनिया फिल्म की स्यापा है फिक्र हिकम का पापा है अब ना तो बस ये चापा है फिक्र गए गुजरे
Chewing gum है चपी
Madhuri and Aishwarya live. Oops, Mayuri and Megha performed so wonderfully. Awesome it was. Now I would like to call upon Vasu and team for a play called Raste. And the theme for the play is, the question is, if you have everything in this world, whom would you like to share it with? Let's welcome the team.
कुछ नहीं पता, ये डिलीवर करना है और ये तुम्हारा काम है। अरे सब रिसोर्सेज दे दिए, मैन पावर दे दिया, रॉ मटेरियल दे दिया, ड्राइव अपलोड भी हुआ है। वापस आने दो, एक एक को देख लूंगा मैं। जिंदगी भी ना यार।
यार एक सेकंड, मैंने क्या किया भाई, आप लोगों के सामने खड़ा हूँ एकदम चुस्त दुरुस्त, वैसे थोड़े कंफ्यूज लग रहे हो, मैं भी थोड़ा नर्वस हूँ। वैसे आप सबकी आंखों में एक सवाल दिख रहा है मुझे, टेल मी अबाउट योरसेल्फ। तो बता दो भैया, हम है जिंदगी, इंग्लिश में बोले तो लाइफ। अभी इनको देखो, कुछ हो ना हो जिंदगी को कोसते रहते हैं, ये कर दिया, हमने क्या किया भाई। अब जिंदगी भी अजीब है, हमारे भी अलग टेंशन होते हैं। अब मैं कह दूं आपको, मैं जो हूं, मैं सब कुछ हूं, पर कमबख्त देखा जाए तो मैं कुछ भी नहीं। रहता मैं हर जगह रहता हूं, पर रहता मैं कहीं भी नहीं। आप सबका हिस्सा भी मैं, आप सबका हिस्सा भी मैं। देखता मैं सब कुछ हूं, पर दिखता मुझे कुछ भी नहीं। कंफ्यूज्ड? तो सर इसीलिए बोल रहा हूँ, गलती इनकी भी नहीं है, समझो सर, ये इतना टफ चीज है ना, पर गलती तो मेरी है, गलती जो है मेरी है, पर मुद्दे की बात यह है कि मेरी कोई गलती है ही नहीं। तो अब आप लोगों देख लो, कभी तो आपने कहा होगा, किशोर माय फ्रेंड, यार जिंदगी खराब कर दिया। आपने ये भी कभी कहा होगा कि जिंदगी ने खराब कर दिया, जिंदगी खराब कर दिया, जिंदगी ने खराब कर दिया, बताओ। तो आइए देखते हैं हमारे शॉयल की फनकारों की पेशकश, इसी सिलसिले में रास्ते आप सबके वास्ते। भाई साहब, कौन आ गया, क्या चाहिए?
जरा टाइम बता देंगे, मैं घड़ी भूल गया हूँ अपनी।
ये अब इनको आप जरा जाओ यार, जा बे।
यतिन, यतिन, अरे मेरे दोस्त कैसा है यार? मैं ठीक हूँ यार। तू यहाँ कैसे? इतने साल बाद कहाँ था यार?
बस यार वो दुबई की फ्लाइट लेट होगी बारिश की वजह से, बिजनेस के सिलसिले में जा रहा था।
बिजनेस? वाह, क्या वो मसाले की फैक्ट्री?
हाँ वही जो 5 साल पहले डाली थी, उसी सिलसिले में बस अगले हफ्ते न्यूयॉर्क फिर लंदन।
वाह, न्यूयॉर्क लंदन, क्या मुझे तो यकीन ही नहीं हो रहा है। लुक एट यू मैन, इतना पतला हो गया यार तू।
मैंने सोचा था तेरे को भी ऐसे मिलूंगा।
अच्छा, मतलब सोचता है तू मेरे बारे में? और बता, शादी वादी की?
हाँ शादी करी ना, दिल्ली में एक कंसल्टेंसी फर्म में HR है।
अच्छा,
एक लड़की अभी दूसरी में गई है और लड़का भी प्ले में डाला है।
बच्चों के नाम क्या है?
लड़के का नाम अयान रखा है, लड़की का शिप्रा है।
मतलब खुशहाल।
मेरा छोड़, मैंने शादी करी है नहीं, अभी भी मेरे वही बंदे हैं।
शादी? शादी? और मुझसे? तुम सोच भी कैसे सकती हो? किसको? तुम्हें है, मुझे नहीं। देखो देखो श्वेता, तुम जाने दो मुझे नहीं यकीन है कि मैं बता। छोटू एक चाय लेके आना, और हाँ चीनी कम रखियो।
क्या हुआ यार, परेशान लग रहा?
अरे श्वेता यार पीछे ही पड़ गई है।
तो प्यार करती है, शादी तो करोगे यार, दिस इज लाइफ।
और उससे भी कह चुका हूँ, मुझे उससे नहीं है प्यार यार।
प्यार नहीं है? अबे यार ये बकवास मुझसे मत कर तू यासिर। वैसे तो मोहब्बतें पे कविताएं लिखता है, हाँ? निभाने की बारी आई तो उसको भाग रहा है।
एक बार मूवी देख ली, 2-3 बार घूम लिए तो शादी कर लो, और ये ना शादी वादी मेरे बल्ले में।
भाई मैं तंग आ गया हूँ तेरी घटिया सोच से, परेशान हो गया हूँ मैं। तू जा, तुझे जो करना है कर, तू भाड़ में जा।
तू तो भाई है मेरा।
मैं नहीं चाहिए ऐसा भाई यार, मुझे नहीं चाहिए ऐसा।
अरे तेरे साथ मूवी देखी, तेरे साथ भी शादी करूँ क्या?
पर यार ये बहुत गलत बात है, छोटी छोटी बातों पर गुस्सा, और सारा गुस्सा मेरे पे निकलेगा। क्यों?
यार एक तो एक क्लाइंट के दिमाग खाली होकर सिर्फ क्लाइंट ही में
क्लाइंट चाहिए नहीं चाहिए। सुबह के 3 बजे में फ्लाइट का कोई नामो निशान नहीं। मैं कह रहा था आज हम बड़ी बड़ी फ्लाइटों की बात कर रहे हैं, पर एक टाइम था जब बस में घुमा करते थे। वो कपूरथला जाना तेरे मामा के बेटे के मुंडन पे।
अबे कपूर का तो बहाना था, अपने को तो मेले में जाना था ना।
अबे वो सब छोड़, ये बता तेरे साथ बस में क्या हुआ था? पिटता उस दिन तू, बचाया था मैंने तुझे।
ओबे वो औरत याद है तेरे को?
अबे हाँ यार। बिल्कुल सही जा रहे हो।
मेरे को कहे फिर भी ठीक है, इसकी कोई गलती?
आप चुप रहिए, आप भी खड़े जाओगे अंदर। पता है मैं किसकी औलाद हूँ? भागो यहाँ से।
पर यार वो दिन भी का दिन था, मजे करते थे यार।
पर यासिर तब दिन कुछ और था, आज दिन कुछ और है। तब हम कुछ थे और आज हम कुछ और हैं।
वाह, तब हम कुछ थे आज कुछ। पर ये अलगाव कैसे आया? हम अलग कैसे हो गए? ये पता है? मैं बता। तेरे जाने के बाद घर पे मन नहीं लगता, मुश्किलें और अब्बू के ताने दोनों ही बढ़ गए। अलग कमरा लेके रहने लगा, घर वालों से मिलता नहीं था, क्योंकि जब मिलता था तो जिंदगी से रूबरू हो जाता था। वो नहीं चाहता था। कुछ रोज बाद मेरे एक दोस्त का टेलीफोन आया मुंबई से, यासिर फिल्म बना रहा हूं, स्क्रिप्ट लिख दे यार, एक चटपटी रोमांटिक का। पोथी लिख के लेके गया, पढ़ाई उसे हफ्ते तक अपने पास रखा और पढ़ा, और पता है क्या कहता है? हाँ? क्या बकवास है ये? इसके पैसे दूं तुझे? राइटर कहता है अपने आप को तू। अब पहली बार तो रिजेक्शन हुआ नहीं था मुझे, लिया मैंने अपने ऊपर। वापस आया 6-7 महीने बाद, दोस्तों के साथ एक फिल्म देखने गया, और यकीन मान कहानी वही थी, डायरेक्टर वही, पर लेखक कोई और। फिर तो जिंदगी जैसे इतनी स्ट्रगल के समय में कहां था तू? Where were you?
मैं कहाँ था? मैं मुझे तो याद है पिताजी की फैक्ट्री हुआ करती थी एक।
हाँ, मसाले की फैक्ट्री पीछे यार, हम वो कंचे छुपाया करते थे।
हाँ उन्हीं को जलते हुए देखा है मैंने अपनी आंखों के सामने। तो याद है ग्रेजुएशन के बाद सब सेट था। मैं पिताजी के साथ फैक्ट्री में बैठने वाला था। मेरा बाप मेरी आंखों के सामने रोया। बाप का रोना समझता है तू? हट, तू क्या समझेगा? पर मैंने हार नहीं मानी। जो सपना देखा था वो पूरा करा। आज तेरे यतीन के चंडीगढ़ में 3 बंगले हैं। ये जितने भी तेरे कलेक्टर बाबू है ना, सब मेरी जेब में है। एक फोन घुमाओ 10 काम हो जाते हैं मेरे।
हमेशा से इसका सपना था, हमेशा से तेरा सपना था। 3 बंगले, 4 गाड़ियां पा लिया तूने। बहुत खुश हूं मैं तेरी। पर एक बात है, 3 घर, मैं तो एक में भी रहने नहीं आया। 4 गाड़ियों में से एक गाड़ी भी नहीं चला के देखी। यतिन जब सपने साथ में देखे थे, साकार होने के बाद साथ में क्यों नहीं? याद है एक जॉनी वॉकर की बोतल गिफ्ट करी थी तूने मुझे। मेरा पहला आर्टिकल छपा था मैगजीन में। आज तक नहीं खोली।
तेरी फिलॉसफी सही, जो तू बोले वो सही, और मैं पागल नहीं। हर वक्त ये तू क्या है? ये जो तू बोले वो सही है, तू ले गया तो बहुत बड़ा हो गया। मुझे कुछ नहीं सुनना यार, मैं जा रहा हूं बस। सुनना, मैं क्या कह रहा था, वो तो तूने सही नहीं बोली। मीटिंग तो होती रही यार, फोन पे कर।
हाँ, वो मेरा जो बुक लॉन्च है वो भी मैं कह दूंगा कुछ काम आ गया। चल, सुबह हो गई है, बारिश भी रुक गई है।
क्या बात कही है, रात खत्म बारिश भी खत्म। यार भाईया ने कुछ लिखा है, लेखक है, जरा देखते हैं। वाह, सुनिए। एक और रात गुजर गई, ये रात भी अब सुधर गई। बेईमान इरादे, नापाक मंसूबे, खौफ की बातें छोड़ के ये रात भी अब सुधर गई। मैं देखकर इस रात को खुद से बात करता हूँ। रोज एक अनजानी सी गंदगी में जा जाके मरता हूँ। क्यों ना बता दूं खुद को कि इस कायनात का कातिल हूं मैं। जिंदगी की लौ आग है मेरे लिए, कि दुनिया जला के खाक में मिलाया करता हूं मैं। क्यों ना कह दूं खुद को कि सब दरख्त जो खड़ा है सामने, काट के एक घर बनाना मुश्किल नहीं। मैं जिंदगी को जिंदगी से बंजर किया करता हूं। क्यों ना कह दूं खुद को कि खून फकत मेरा ही सुर्ख है, कि अल्लाह भी मैं और शैतान भी मैं, कि सांसें खींच के जुल्म की इंतहा किया करता हूं। इस बार क्यों ना बदल लूं खुद को। बहुत हो चुका खुद ही में जीना, खुद से शर्मिंदगी को अपनी दौलत समझना। क्यों काली रातों को अपना सवेरा बनाया करता हूं। चलो कुछ नया करता हूं। कमबख्त ये रात भी तो सुधर गई, बेबसी और जुल्म से सनी एक और रात गुजर गई। तो ये लिखा है जनाब ने। So, I can speak English also. You know, the biggest thing that I like gives you, the biggest thing that you can take away from me are the way people remembers you, the relationship you build. Success is never measured by the money you earn, but by the lives you touch. Often in life it happens, we meet people, we part ways with people. But life, I'm like a collage. And collage, it's made up of small moments, memories. Why don't you make sure that human beings, why don't you make sure that these moments are beautiful? In life sometimes the people who are closest to us, we leave them behind sometimes. Sometimes we feel like they probably don't need us anymore. But life will tell you something. Those are the times when they need you the most. Take along people. This is I am a journey for you all. Take along people with you on this journey. It might not be possible to take along on the road practically, but at least keep them in the heart and take them along. Sometimes we say very bad things to people. You know who is my biggest enemy? Any guesses? Yourself. Death? No, he's a great friend of mine. He will walk with me. Ego. Ego is my biggest enemy. We hurt people sometimes so much. And the irony is, we hurt the people we love the most, who are closest to us, we hurt them the most. I advise, my sincere advice, don't go by the words you hear, but feel, go by the emotions you feel. Don't, speak. The words, when they come out of your mouth, should come out from your heart. And when you hear, you should hear also from the heart. Gerard Way once said, life is something that will one day flash in front of your eyes. Make sure it's worth a watch. I feel like life is like a movie. Movie, we have characters. In life, we have people. Movie, we have scenes. Life, we have moments. Movie, we have emotions. Life, we have relationships. And you need to make sure that these things are superb to make your movie a great watch. It's worth it. And obviously, the main protagonist of everybody present in this room and in this world, everybody have a separate movie, respective movie, and the protagonists are they themselves. They say that there are two kinds of people in this world. One, when they enter the room, people smile. And the other, when they leave the room, people smiles. I say that there is another third kind. People, when they enter the room, everybody smiles and laughs. And when they leave the room, everybody cries. Make sure that the protagonist in your movie fits into that bracket.
That the play was awesome, but I would like to add, life is a mystery. But I think one of the authors, Preeti Shenoy, renowned authors Preeti Shenoy, she has said and written a book that life is what you make of it. But never mind, let's hear for them once again. And let's welcome the next team for soothing music. I would like to welcome Abhishek Iyer, Nijit Nair and Dhruv for the next performance.
And guys, so this song, Dil Chahta Hai, this is really close to my heart, and we all have heard this song. I really want you all to sing along. चाहता है हम ना रहे कभी यारों के बिन, दिन भर हो प्यारी बातें, दिल में शामिल आए बातें, मस्ती में रहे डूबा डूबा हमेशा समा, हमको राहों में यूं ही मिलती रहे खुशियाँ। दिल चाहता है कभी न बीते बीते दिन, कैसा अजब ये सफर है, सोचो तो हर कहीं बेखबर है, उसको जाना किधर है, जो वक्त आए चाहे क्या निभाए, जो वक्त आए जाके क्या चाहता है। Thank you, Dhruv. And as Rakesh sir said that now after this year we will be entering a new world. So we will be facing the new challenges, new life, new hopes. So this is a song dedicated to you all. साला अभी अभी हुआ यही कि आग है मुझ में कहीं, मैं जल गया सूरज को मैं निकल गया रूबरू, रोशनी रूबरू, रोशनी है जो गुमशुदा सा ख्वाब था, वो मिल गया, वो खिल गया, गुलो हटा पिघल गया, खिंचा खिंचा कंगल गया, रूबरू रोशनी रूबरू रोशनी है, जो बन सके तू हम सफर मेरा, नजर मिला जरा, धुआं छटा खुला गगन मेरा, नई डगर नया सफर मेरा, जो बन सके तू हम सफर मेरा, नजर मिला जरा। Come on, innovators! झगड़ रही है लो मेरी, अब मशालों सी बढ़ रही है लो मेरी, नाम निशान रहे ना पी गया रोशन हुआ पी गया यूं सहते रहे रूबरू रोशनी रूबरू रोशनी
रूबरू रोशनी never ever came close.
So would you like to feel?
Definitely need to find out.
All right. So let's hear it from Anil sir, and he will take us through the leadership journey of Mr. Rajiv Dubey.
Rajiv is easily one of the finest people I know in this world, and I consider it one of my biggest fortunes to have Rajiv as a fellow traveler in this journey. You know, Rajiv is the only person I know. I'm sure there are a few others in this planet, but he's the only person I know who's never stood second in his life. All India first in school, St. Columba's, first rank in India, first rank St. Stephen's, first rank Delhi School of Economics, first rank Yale University MBA. That's it. And Tata Administrative Services, one of the youngest general managers of the Tata Group, managing director at a young age, and so on and so forth. But I think above all, what I found in Rajiv, three things. The humanity in him, the love that he has for people, and the complete courage to walk on the path less traveled. I mean, he wouldn't care a damn for anybody. If the truth must be told and must be upheld, it must be upheld. So absolutely raw courage, and to follow that. And third, complete faith in diversity and getting everybody along. So I think he's an absolute role model to everybody here. And so I have great joy in introducing Rajiv Dubey, my dear friend and president of Mahindras. Yes.
Heavy cross to bear. I'm truly privileged and deeply humbled to be here before you. In fact, so humbled as to be rendered almost speechless, but Anilji has asked me to speak, so I take courage from the German poet Wolfgang Goethe, who would have told me, "Do not be so humble, dear sir, after all you're not that great." So taking courage from that, let me, I've been thinking for the last 1 month and I'm totally confused what to say here. So finally, after writing many times and thinking many times, I've taken the following decision. I'll just get into the flow, I'll just narrate some facts, and then I'll depend on the audience here to help me for the second part of the 30 minutes that have been allotted to me. I think that makes more sense than to try and theorize and philosophize too much. So perhaps all that I'm going to say is a set of things that no rational human being should do. This is the time to be truthful, and I'll be very truthful. I did all kinds of things which I would never recommend to anybody. So let me start. Let me start from the time I finished school. I got admission into IIT by virtue of the fact that I had done well in the school leaving exams. And I said, no, I want to study psychology. And then my parents introduced me to some professors in Delhi University, and they somehow persuaded me, please don't do psychology, it's not very practical, why don't you do economics? So I did economics. My dying ambition was to be an academic, but strange things happened to me in the university. And among them, I got a headache that lasted for maybe 40 years. I couldn't read. And so I almost gave up. At the end of my third year, I told my mother, I can't read. So she said, doesn't matter, even if you get a third division. And I went in to get a third division, and I got a first class first. Then I went and did my MA, racked by pain. So I said, okay, I actually want to get into the government. I couldn't study. Somebody told me there's something called the TAS, for which you don't have to write an exam. You just have to go for an interview. So without knowing what TAS actually meant, and I didn't know that there was a company called Hindustan Lever, for example, I just went. And I was from the Delhi School of Economics. I used to wear a kurta and jeans and carry a chola and carry Mao's red book in it, by the way, Nilen. And I went into the TAS interviews, and there were all these famous economists, and I fought with them, and I disagreed with them. And the member secretary of the TAS committee, who had selected me in the initial rounds, he told me, Rajiv, why do you argue so much? You know, these people think you're bright, but they think you're a Naxalite. And I said, look, if I was a Naxalite, I wouldn't come for the TAS interview. Anyway, I got into the TAS, and then there was a question of what company should I choose. And everybody told me, choose any company, but not Tata Steel. Why? Because there is a guy called Rusi Modi, who is the MD of Tata Steel. He hates the TAS. He has his own MAS, Modi Administrative Service. And I made up my mind that I will remain in the TAS only if I get my first position as executive assistant to Rusi Modi. I had never met Rusi Modi in my life. I had never been to Jamshedpur, and here I pitched that I am going to stay in the TAS only if I get executive assistant to Rusi Modi. Otherwise, I'm going to leave the TAS. I somehow managed to get an interview with Mr. Modi, and there he was smoking his cigar, wearing a jacket that was half open, and he asked me very piercing questions, the most piercing of which was, why do you have a beard? Anyway, I gave him some answer, and within 5 minutes he said, do you want to work for me? I said, yes, sir. What do you want to work as? I said, sir, I want to work as your executive assistant. He said, but I already have an executive assistant, a guy called Aditya Kashyap. I said, sir, but I want to be your executive assistant. So he said, okay, done. But for the first 6 months, you will tramp the steel plant. I don't want to see your face here. Go and tramp in the steel plant and then come back to me. Anyway, so I made that decision. 2 years down the road, I was feeling very inadequate. I didn't have an MBA degree. So I decided that I was going to apply. How many places did I apply to? I applied to one place, the Yale School of Management. Why did I apply to the Yale School of Management? Because my elder brother used to teach there, and he somehow had the impression that doing an MBA, he's a mathematician, a game theorist, he felt that doing an MBA is like one big 2-year holiday. And he felt that his younger brother needed a holiday, and so I applied only to Yale. And somehow I got in. I went there, and I remember the first day the professor gave us an assignment to do. I came home and I was doing the assignment, and my brother saw me working, and he said, what are you doing? I said, I'm doing my assignment. He said, are you mad? Have you come here to Yale to study? I said, yes, I've come here to do my MBA. He said, look, don't be silly. It's the job of the professor to give you the assignment. It's not your duty to do it. For 2 years, I had to struggle. I was living in my brother's house. I was eating food in his house. For 2 years, I had to struggle to be able to allow to do my homework. And it's only when his own daughter went to the Harvard Business School that Pradeep realized that MBA students have to study. Anyway, I came back. I'm just, please tell me when my 15 minutes are over. It's a long story, but I just want to tell you that so many things happened in my life that were not really very rational. I was sent to the marketing division. Then one day Rusi Modi called me and said, I want you to go to Delhi as the chief resident executive of Tata Steel. Terrible job. I was shattered. He's taking me out of sales and marketing, and he's sending me to do this liaison job. How will I ever survive? Those 5 years were great years for me. Then I was suddenly called back to Jamshedpur. By that time, Dr. Irani was the deputy managing director. He made me sit in his office for 9 months, and then I got the second great shock of my life. He told me, Rajiv, I want you to become General Manager, Town Services. I said, oh my God, this is a death sentence. I said, please don't send me there. And he said, no, Rajiv, I need you there. You go there and I promise you, you will not regret it. I actually thought he was being polite and wanted to shunt me out of the company, because that was out of the mainstream. But let me tell you that the 2 years that I spent as General Manager Town were perhaps the richest, the most rewarding, the most intense years of my life. 2 years I spent there. I can tell you lots of stories if you're interested. It really tested me. It really tested me. I had to do crazy things like change the car I was traveling in, change the route by which I used to go. There used to be a guy, security guards with guns who would follow me. There used to be gentlemen who would come to visit me with 2 people carrying AK-47s. I have never had such an exciting assignment in my whole life as General Manager Town Services, but it's totally the wrong thing for your career. 2 years later, I was told by Dr. Irani, I'm sending you as the Managing Director of Tata Metallics. It's a loss-making company, you got to turn it around. 4 years I was there, and that's when I met my friend Anil. And frankly, Anil, you really changed my life. For the first time, I got evidence that you don't have to be a lean, mean, nasty guy to do good business. You can be a good guy and you could do good business. And we turned Tata Metallics around by working with people. And that's been a common theme. Always it's been working with people. Anyway, I fought with the chairman of my company. He and I had a real fight. And there was a danger that I would lose my job. But I thought he was protecting somebody who was not an honest man. Fortunately for me, the higher-ups in Tata Steel put their arm on my head and they saved my job. And actually, I got picked up for a much bigger assignment, which was to prove to be by Waterloo, actually. I was made the Managing Director of Rallies India. Now, Rallies India was another loss-making company. I worked very closely with Anil. Some of the things that he told you actually were what he saw in Rallies India. I won't go into the details except to say that I had a huge disagreement with the new chairman who came in after 3 years of my being in Rallies. And I had a choice to either listen to him or do what I thought was right. And knowing full well that the consequences would only be disastrous, I took the totally irrational decision to do what I thought was right and to speak my mind. And the result, of course, was that I was politely asked to put in my papers. And then, perhaps, I thought that was the end of the world for me. I thought this is it. I was so embarrassed, so humiliated, so hurt, so angry. And yet, I think that turned to be a huge turning point in my life. And I'm telling you this because somebody raised the question of what is success? And I think that's the question that I forever had to struggle with. What is success? What is failure? What is leadership? Is it leadership on the outside or is it leadership from the inside of the self? Which is more important? Always, through all these things, by the way, Rallies was turned around. Rallies was turned around, and I actually, I think, was really lucky. I came into my present assignment, 10 years, I've had a wonderful time. I was asked to leap into the unknown and look after HR, something I'd never done in my life. And Anand Mahindra said, no, I want a guy who's never done HR before, who's been in business all along, to come in and do HR, and I'll give you a little business to run. So he gave me HR. I've been in HR. I've met some of the most wonderful people like Dwarka sitting here as through the NHRD. And I was also given a business. I was again given a loss-making business, and by the grace of God and by the hard work of all the people who worked in that business, we've turned it around, we've created value, and life goes on. When Anil Ji asked me to speak on my story of leadership, I struggled to first find out what leadership is. I still don't know what leadership is. I can only tell you it is about making a difference in the lives of people. It is about jumping into the unknown. It is about having a strong intention to do something which will make a positive difference in the lives of people. It is about failing and learning. It is about getting hit and standing up again and walking. This is all that I can say to you. If you have questions to ask, please do. I have a whole 2 pages of theoretical stuff and philosophizing. I'm happy to do that. If there are no questions, I can take my next 15 minutes telling you my learnings of life, but that could become highly boring. So I would encourage you, if the format allows, to have a Q&A. I have said things that are provocative. I have said things that you perhaps should never do. But out of this paradoxical situation, there may well be some interesting conversation that we could have for the next 15 minutes. So I'm all yours, and I'm warning you that if you don't have questions, then I'll start reading from here.
But questions are welcome from both sides. No, but questions are welcome even from this side of the audience. So anybody can ask a question to Rajiv.
Yeah, so just to sort of, let the cat among the pigeons, the 3 words that have ruled my life are Satya, the truth, to speak the truth regardless of the consequences; Prem, compassion, the ability to put myself into the shoes of the others; and Seva, a sense of service. So Satya, Prem and Seva are my guiding principles. Now I'm open for the attack. Yes, sir. Thank God. One question.
Sir.
Oh, sorry, 2. Oh, that's good.
Go ahead. My name is Jairaj and I'm from BHP. So my question is, so every time you succeeded in an organization, you were removed from it and put in a challenging task. That is, in a company where you would need to turn around it. So have you ever felt that, so my success is again leading to another challenging task, so have you ever felt down at that point of time?
No, frankly, yes, I felt very down after rallies. I felt very up when I was sent to Tata Metallics. I felt very up when I was sent from Tata Metallics to rallies, but the circumstances in which I left rallies were very bitter, and I did not feel up at all. I thought life had ended. But I can tell you that life becomes boring after some time. Even if you're turning a company around, there's only that much that you can get excitement about talking about the same thing again and again. And so for me, I always welcome this plunge into the unknown, to jump into a situation that I've never encountered before, because I think that brings some excitement into my life, that brings some challenge, that gives me an opportunity to make a difference. And somehow for me, since the time I was young, I have this burning desire to make a difference, a positive difference in the lives of others, to create wealth, to create joy, to spread happiness, to spread smiles. And so I welcome it, because after some time, frankly, 4 or 5 years of doing something, especially if you've managed to sort of bring it near a turnaround, life can start becoming boring. So I welcome this change. But it's not always pleasant. Not, for me at least, it's not always pleasant.
Okay. Very inspiring to hear you out. My name is Anil Gupta and I'm a visiting faculty at SOIL. I just wanted to know from you, what were the first few things that you did when you were given the job to bring about a turnaround, for Tata Metallics?
Okay, so that's an easy one. The first thing I did was to talk to a large number of people. Talk to employees, talk to customers, talk to the previous managing director, talk to board members, talk to competitors, and I got a lot of information, and I was working also. I got on board what was then Aisha Consulting Services to help me to fully understand the what is and what we want to be. And this was a dialogue that took place. It took 6-8 months to fully understand. There were little things, low-hanging fruits that we were picking up, because I went in after talking to a lot of people. But frankly, it was huge amount of listening, huge amount of dialoguing, being open. being open to all kinds of possibilities and not necessarily trying to bring my learnings from the past and use those to solve the problems of Tata Mechanics. And the same thing was true for rallies, and the same thing was true for first choice wheels. And I dare say for me, I have found that useful to listen, to talk to a large number of people who have been looking at the situation from various points of view, and then try, together with people who are in my team, to co-create an answer, to have something for which there will be an ownership, and being ready to change, to course correct, but not throwing things out very quickly. So it's a very fine line. Once you have decided on a strategy, when should you be reviewing it? When should you be changing it? See, on the one hand, if you change too fast, you're not giving enough time. On the other hand, if you have chosen a wrong strategy and you're not listening to what is going wrong and you're not course correcting, that could also be. So it's a fine tuning, and I don't think there's any logical answer. That's why it's so important in any situation to be able to use the whole mind, where you combine the logic, the intellect, the rationality of the left brain with the intuition, with the connection, with the empathy, and with the innovation, connecting the big dots that comes from the right brain. So I think it was really, really important to listen, to be open to all kinds of possibilities, and to use the whole mind in any situation.
Good evening, sir.
Sir, I'll come to you.
This is Marga from BMP program. So my question to you is, so you've been a successful person to an extent that you have stood first from school, college, and in everything. And you also turned the businesses around. So in this situation, what failure means to you and how do you handle it?
Yeah. So first of all, I think we have to be very careful how to define success. Just because somebody came first in school means nothing really. I think it was God's gift. I didn't work any harder than anybody. So I don't think that was a success. Or if it was, I had very little to do with it. I think the big mistake that we make is to define success in very linear terms, in terms of moving up an organization, or there was reference made to moving to making money. Success has many, many manifestations. And the only advice that I would give to a young man like you who is moving forth into life is to spend some time in deciding for yourself what success means to me. That means to you. And I dare say there could be 100 answers, and 100 people, thank God, would have 100 answers to what success means. Whatever it may mean. For me, if I was not spreading joy and happiness, if I was not being able to give hope and meaning and purpose to those I came in touch with, I would not be successful, regardless of how many companies or situations got turned around. So it's your choice, but I would urge all of you, as you step out into life, do spend some time in defining or understanding what success means to you. And you may discover that it actually could mean something very different from what we normally tend to think. And that's the answer I would like to give to you. And for me, I promise you that success has so many manifestations. It keeps shifting, morphing over time. The biggest success actually for me is to be alive, to get up every morning, to look at the sky, to be able to walk, to be able to talk. That itself is a huge success for me, because I know many people who would never do that. Yeah, please, sir.
Hi, I'm Sushmita, and I am visiting faculty. I teach retail management and market research.
I'm going to try it out. So first of all, Rajiv,
I'm sorry, Madam, can I just take his question first? Yeah.
First of all, the reason for my presence here is yours. I came here to listen to you, so thanks a lot for being here.
Oh,
and secondly, you're not allowed to serve me because you were 2 years my senior in school.
Ah.
So this is Vineet Pareja. I am a mentor with SOIL and have very closely followed the success of SOIL and its principles and Anil and his principles. So really delighted to be here and wishing well for everyone. I think what I'm very keen to know, Rajiv, is, in our life there are situations when you often have to fight with your existing belief systems, not about strategies but about beliefs and values, and actually let go of something that you have cherished for long. I would just like to know if you encountered such a situation and what were those beliefs or values that you had to let go?
Yeah. So many times, and mostly they were beliefs about people. I don't like this guy. He's not a nice guy. He's not a competent person. Or he's my enemy. Or he's my friend. Those were the beliefs that I actually had to change. I never have ever wanted to change the belief that I must speak the truth, that I must show compassion, and that I must have a sense of service. Those beliefs I have not changed. I have never changed the belief that one should be fair. But the beliefs that have to be changed is, I know the answer, or this is the right way because that's the way I did it. And especially the beliefs and judgments I've had about people. Those are the ones that I have had to change more often, rather than the more fundamental beliefs like Satya Prem Seva, or that I need to work with people, or that I don't know it all, I have to get answers with other people.
Visiting faculty here.
Yeah.
My question, first of all, congratulations for being able to stay with the black and white in a world where we have to spend a lot of time trying to navigate the grays actually in the corporate world. My question is really about the rallies, the post-rally stint, where you mentioned that you felt depressed, humiliated. So how did the comeback happen? If you can get into specifics,
Yes.
Because it's good to know that yes, I was down and then I was up
Yes,
again. But
yes.
what happened in the interim period?
Sure. First, there were many good friends who came and spoke to me. That really helped. Then I accepted the situation. I did not fight. I said, maybe this is the best thing that could have happened. And in fact, my late father told me, look, you should go and thank the gentleman who you think is responsible for you leaving Tatas. That he is God. He has come to teach you something, and maybe he's opening many doors for you. So I believed that this was the best thing. It took me some time to believe that. And at the same time, I was meeting friends. I was exploring avenues. I was going and meeting people, interviewing with people. And then how did so it was that I believed that this is not a bad thing, ultimately. I believed that all the humiliation and the hurt was my creation. That I actually was creating that. Nobody else was doing that. Nobody even bothered much, really. It was just me. And once I took responsibility for having created this humiliation and this insult, that gave me the strength to work on the other belief that I sort of blindly accepted from my father. That this was the best thing that could have happened. This is the only thing that could have happened. This is a huge opportunity. If one door is closing or one window is closing, 40 doors are opening for you. Go out, look for it. And that really helped me. And then, how did I happen to come into Mahindra now? Like many things in my life, it was serendipity. Like my getting into the TAS, like my getting into Tata Steel, like marrying the wonderful woman who is my wife today. Serendipity. I do not know the answer. I got a call from a friend of mine called George Matthews saying, Yaar, I made a big mistake. Anand Mahindra had asked me 3 months ago to ask you to get in touch with him. I forgot. And I've just remembered he told me that in Heathrow Airport. And so this was 3 months after I had put in my papers at rallies, and apparently Anand Mahindra had told this dear friend of mine, who also was a friend of his, that look, why is Rajiv leaving Tatas? Apparently he said, why is a good guy like Rajiv leaving Tata? So why don't you ask him to speak to me? And I was not told that till 3 months later, by which time I had actually got another assignment in Tata. But I just went because 3-4 people that I respected told me, Anand Mahindra is a nice guy. He's your kind of guy, Rajiv. If he offers you a job, take it because you like working for him. So I went for that interview without being totally clear whether I was going to ask for a job or not, because I had an assignment with the Tatas. They had given me another assignment. And I went there and I chatted with him, and he talked to me, and then he said, Rajiv, would you like to work for me? And like the same way as I had said yes to Rusi Modi, without asking what position, what salary, without even knowing that Mahindra has made tractors. By the way, if he had quizzed me, I would have failed. I said yes. So like most great decisions in my life, it was made without logic, without too much, purely on intuition, foolishness, wisdom, call it what you may. Right? I think I've given you a very roundabout answer to a simple question. I'm so sorry. I must have been clear as mud.
I'm sister of...
Oh, sorry. Maybe somebody can help me. I'm sorry, sir. I didn't see you at the back. So
good evening, sir. I'm Gunjan Gambhir, sister of Gayatri Masan, one of the innovators here. I'm really impressed listening to you, and I think the operative word from the valuable 10 minutes you gave us was fighting. The operative word, fighting for the right, fighting with true honesty, with true intentions. So on a lighter note, I just want to ask that what made you fight for the position of executive assistant of Mr. Rudy? I'm sure there was some, yes, I'm sure there was some purpose behind that.
I hated Bombay. Okay. I hated Bombay, and I thought Jamshedpur is a nice place with trees and hills and all that. That's the truth. That is the truth. I was missing Delhi. I had grown up in Lutyens, Delhi, and I was thrown into Bombay, concrete jungle. It was raining. I was staying as a paying guest. First paying guest threw me out into the monsoon rain. Second guest that fellow who was keeping me threw me out. I was miserable, and I just wanted. And it's something strange. It's like a message from God that came to me. Go to Jamshedpur. Go work for this guy who I had never seen.
That profile in your mind of being executive assistant. I was very curious because you did not answer that
part.
Oh,
that part. My executive, I couldn't have got any other job, you see. I had no experience. They would never have made me an assistant foreman. I was dying to be an assistant foreman in steel melting shop number 1. They said, forget it, brother. You're no good. And I was also colorblind.
I'd just like to add upon, I think when you work so closely with such top shots in the company, I think you learn a lot. Because I have seen my husband working with one top shot in the company, and it has groomed him a lot. So I'm sure that would also be one of the...
Well, it certainly was a rich experience. But let me tell you that you shouldn't remain executive assistant to anybody for too long.
No, definitely. Just for the learning part.
The real learning is out there on the shop floor, on the coal face, in the marketplace.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
As much as we would like to continue the conversation, I would request Surya to take the last question. We don't have too much time. Surya, please.
The question is basically when people saw defeat or loss, you basically saw opportunity. Be it leaving IIT, thinking about psychology, ending up in economics, and then picking up all the loss-making opportunities that actually came across. So what was this mindset, or was it more of a planned decision? Okay, this is a loss-making company. If I turn it around, that's good for me. Or it was just a random decision that you actually took up?
Yeah.
So I just want to understand the mindset here.
Yeah. Okay. So, the opportunity that came my way was random, serendipity. I had the choice to say no. Right? For example, I'll tell you right now in Mahindra, when Anand Mahindra gave me this sector called the aftermarket sector, he called me, he said, Rajiv, I hope you know that you're taking a very, very big risk, because in this sector is a company that has been making losses since the time it was created, much before you joined Mahindra. I don't know, I just said, look, I want to run a business. Just give it to me. I never dreamt that I would not be able to turn it around. But that was stupidity. It was not a logical decision. So you can say I have a strain of madness in me. I'm actually a very cautious guy, but like most things, I have a polarity. So I'm very cautious normally, but I also feel no difficulty in plunging into the unknown with this great great belief that of course I can do it. I have the intention, I will do it, I will work with people. If anyone can make it happen, I can make it happen. So that's a bit of madness. But the chances that came to me was serendipity, and I had the choice to say no. I also had the choice to say no to Rallis. I was very comfortable in Tata Metallics. I had the choice to say no, I don't want to do HR. I had the choice. Now Dwarka, here is a story which you don't know. When people came to tell me that we want you to be president of NHRDN, I said no. Right? And then some people said, look, don't be an asshole, they'll never ask you again. Say yes. And then 2 years of disaster for NHRDN.
No, not at all.
I didn't answer your question, did I?
So I would just like to make one question. Everyone has been asking questions about business and all the related things. I would just like to know what are the tips that you would give to these youngsters so that they don't get lost in just doing the managerial role, playing out that role. How do they continue to be compassionate and give back to society?
Okay. So I'll give that answer in two ways, 2 steps. Point number 1, the joy and the power that comes to you from giving is enormous. So if you're looking for joy, you will get it by giving. If you're looking for power to do anything that you want to, you'll get it by giving. So, I mean, there is this famous saying from the Buddha that with one candle, you can light 1,000 candles, but that candle which you use to light the other 1,000 will not go off, right? So it's huge. Okay, so that's from a personal point of view. From a business point of view, there is now a huge amount of literature which tells us that interacting with community is actually a mother font for business innovation, for business models, for business products, for business services, because it gives you knowledge about the unmet needs of vast sections of society that the market forces have not been able to satisfy. By the way, there is another huge benefit. Interacting with society and giving is a crucible experience for leadership creation. It's humongous. And if you look at interaction with community or CSR from these 3 lenses, 1, philosophically and morally, it's a great thing to do. B, it also gives you huge power. C, it is a great mother font for business innovation and a crucible experience for leadership creation. What a strong case for giving and for doing CSR. I can't imagine why anybody would not want to do it.
I request Mr. Noria to give a little memento to Rajiv. You are on to a wonderful treat because you've just listened to one of the most moving and honest talks and interactions. And now you are going to witness something extremely special. I have great joy in introducing Niren Chaudhary to you, whom I met a few years back. And Niren at that time was looking for a new conversation to begin in his life. And I am fortunate that he chose me to be a learning partner with him as a part of this conversation. I think the stories that he shared with me, the kind of conversation he was having with himself, were very, very special. Niren is easily one of the finest CEOs I have met in my life. He is also one of the most intense human beings I have met in my life. I think, Rajiv, you said that things just happened to you and you know, sort of got what you had in your life. But with Niren, I know that he likes to, whatever he takes up, if he wants to play tennis, he has to be the best. If he wants to be a musician, he wants to be the best. If he wants to be a mentor, he wants to be the best. If he wants to be a friend, he wants to be the best. I mean, I haven't met anybody like him so far who wants to be the best in whatever he does. And I'm so glad Aditi is sitting here with Niren. And You know, the most beautiful story about Niren was this very, very touching and part of it, that each time he would come to me and we would have our conversations once a month, he would talk to me about his daughter, Aisha. And I think Aisha is the story that he told me, that when she was born with this, what doctors said, that we don't think she's going to live for more than a few days or a few weeks. And then he and Aditi had the courage of doing things like when they went to England, where treatment for Aisha was available. He gave this advertisement in the newspaper without knowing a single person in England, saying, I am from India, I brought my daughter here, I don't have enough funds, and would you please help me? He was not afraid of asking. When you are not afraid of asking, the universe gives you the answer. So many generous people from England who didn't know him gave the money for the treatment of Aisha, and she became the gift to all of us for the remaining 18 years that she spent on this planet. In the process, Aisha went to so many places. She spoke at the TED Talks. She went to, I know my daughter once came, she works for McKinsey, and she came back and said, we had this wonderful school kid who came and gave us a talk in McKinsey. And I can tell you that that was the nicest talk I ever heard, compared to all these people who have come from all over the world to talk to us McKinsey people. That's when I actually got to know about Niren. Before. It was through Aisha and through my daughter that I had heard about you. So when I realized you are the same person, it is very, very special. Aisha finally said goodbye to our world on the same day that her book was to be published. And it was to be released at the Jaipur festival. And at the same moment, she decided to say goodbye in the physical form. But I think through her book and through her conversation and through her videos, I think she did an amazing job. And I think what Niren and Aditi did, and including their son Ishan did, was to start this new conversation with so many people about the aspect of celebrating every moment of your life, making it very special. So I'm so glad that Niren is here, not just as the head of Yum Foods, and I'm so happy that he's just become the global president of Yum. So he's become, it's an amazing thing. I mean, he's in charge of very large areas, including India, Canada, and so many other geographies that are now reporting to him. So I'm so glad, Niren, you are here. Thank you very much for coming, and over to you, Niren.
A real pleasure to be here, and I have to say, I've just been so impressed over the last hour or so to see the energy in this room, this side of the room particularly, and the way in which you have been encouraging all your mates and your friends when they did some spectacular acts and music and stuff like that. So a big round of applause to all the performers. And I think this is what makes Soil so special for me, that it tries to develop you in the true sense of the word. And as Anil said, Anil, thank you very much for that kind introduction. Anil's been a big catalyst for me in my journey of leadership, and I'm deeply indebted to you, Anil. And it's always special for me to come and speak to the students here. I did that about 2 years back, and I love talking to graduating students, which is a first for me. So before I get into my talk, I want to firstly congratulate all of you, the graduating class, and to the parents and to the faculty members. A huge, huge round of applause for all of you. This is truly a very, it's such an honor and such a special moment. I was also delighted to see Rajiv, my good friend from many, many years. I know him and the family. In fact, Rajiv's brother Ravi has been a huge inspiration for me, continues to be a big inspiration for me, a role model for many, many years. And Rajiv, I love the way you spoke from the heart, And Rajiv, I think, is a great example of how good guys can finish first. Isn't it? Yes. Good guys can truly, truly finish first. So, I liked everything about what Rajiv said except for one thing. And that one thing he said was that you should not be an executive assistant forever. My executive assistant is right here, and I asked her to quickly close her ears because I deeply appreciate everything that she does for me. Well, I'm going to talk to you about a personal perspective on what I think is the purpose of life. As we all know, we think that the purpose of life is to be happy. Would you agree? Yes. How many of you would agree? So all the students have agreed, the parents are still not sure. So yes, the happiness is truly the purpose of life. And if that is the purpose of life, I want to share with you my own perspective on it. I think of it primarily in two dimensions. First of all, to have happiness, I think you have to be happy as a person. And as we know, change begins from the inside out. And how can you do anything if you're not happy with yourself, happy being who you are? You cannot actually cascade that to other people. So happiness, I think, begins with you being happy yourself. And then, true happiness comes from giving. This whole aspect of me to we, when you shift your focus and your perspective outward from yourself to other people. So let me share with you some thoughts on both of these dimensions and how to be happy yourself and then how to shift that focus from me to we. First of all, when I think about being happy yourself, and if happiness begins as an inside-outside process, I truly believe that happiness is firstly about discovering what your purpose is. Who do you wish to be? What do you want to be remembered as? In fact, a great metaphor for me is if you think of your life as an unfinished painting. And you see on the screen here, this is a painting, a masterpiece by Van Gogh. And then you sit back and say, okay, how do I visualize my life? Who do I wish to be? What do I want my life to be? What kind of painting do I wish to create? And then wake up every morning and be the best that you can be in every single dimension of your life, making that painting extraordinarily beautiful, vibrant, colorful, and so dynamic and so very rich. Every day waking up with the firm determination to make the most of this gift of life that we've been given. So how many of us sitting in this room have a clear idea of the kind of painting they wish to create of their lives? Who do you wish to be? So it's interesting, if you look around, there are about 4 people in this room of perhaps 200. Think about that. Because if we don't have a clear idea about what kind of painting we wish to create, some painting is going to emerge. Because as we speak, life is happening. So isn't it much better that we take the time, step back and say, okay, what do I wish to create? Who do I wish to be? What kind of life do I wish to lead? And if you do that, there is a much higher chance that we will indeed have the painting that we wish to have. That our painting will indeed one day be a masterpiece and not a black and white caricature. Because as we are living life right now, it's happening. And it's much better if we land on a destination of our own choosing as opposed to something that just happens to us. So my biggest suggestion to you would be, and especially to the graduating students and to the parents, just take a moment and just sit and write down your dreams. What do you want your life to be? Because everything in this world happens twice. Once in your mind and then in reality. But it has to happen first in your mind. You have to dream it for it to happen. So I want to share with you my own important dimensions of who I wish to be. What do I want to be remembered as? I find this particular question to be very powerful. Who do I want to be remembered as? As a good way to provoke what kind of life do I wish to lead? Who do I wish to be? And for me, the 3 things that are important to me that I want people to say about me after I'm gone. One, that this guy was an incredible coach. We became much better than we thought possible by working with him. He helped unleash the full potential that I didn't even know existed in me because he believed more in me than I did myself. That's what I want to be remembered as. Second, I want to be remembered as somebody who had not just ambition but also compassion. A big, big heart. Who cared about people, who cared about situations, and did a lot in his own way to make a difference. And third, I want to be remembered as a versatile guy. Not just a one-trick pony. So somebody who had many dimensions in life and then worked very, very hard every day to really excel at each one of those dimensions. So I want to be a fantastic husband because my wife is sitting here. I have to say that. Do you agree? Would you agree that I should be a fantastic husband? Give me some nice round of applause. I know you guys are capable of much louder levels of sound, so can I hear that? So I want to be a great husband, I want to be a great father, I want to be a loving son, I want to be a great musician, I want to be a tremendous athlete, I want to be a good student, I want to be a good coach, I want to be a good coachee. All those dimensions in my life that are more important to me, I want to pursue that ever-elusive sense of excellence because it is in that pursuit of me trying to be the very best that I can be lies true sense of happiness for me. I want to share with you now my inspiration on this dimension of happiness, on pursuit of excellence in everything that you do, my daughter Aisha. And I'll talk to you about her. Aisha, for me, is easily the biggest inspiration in my life by far. Now, Aisha passed away on the 24th of January at the age of 18 years. And she had pulmonary fibrosis, a terminal illness, a hardening of the lung, and that took her life. Now, Aisha knew that she had limited time, but it was the way in which she lived her life and lit up the sky that I find incredibly inspirational. She, as Anil mentioned, was an inspirational speaker, gave TED Talks, and those talks have now over 1 million hits, and she is now also a successful published author. Now, the lesson that I learned from Aisha, most of all, that I want to share with you at this very important juncture of your lives, is that you must start from wherever you are at. You can't help the hand that you've been dealt, but then you must jump as high as you can to make every day count and every moment magical by focusing on what you can do and not on what you cannot. That is what Aisha taught me. And I want to share with you some examples from her life on how she really brought that to life in her desire to make every day special and every moment magical because she had such limited time. She writes in a book and captures this thought extremely well. She says, pick the highest mountain to climb on and the dullest day to shine on. And this is the philosophy with which my daughter Aisha lived the 18 years that she was with us. Let me share with you some stories that bring to life this attitude of focus on what you can do, not on what you cannot. Don't focus on the hand that's been dealt to you, but make the most of what you have. So, about 5 years ago when we diagnosed this dreadful disease, we knew it was like a death sentence. We knew that Aisha had no more than 4 or 5 years to live. At that time, TED came to me, TED Talks, and they said, would you like to come and give an inspirational speech? I said, well, you know, the only inspirational person I know is my daughter, and I don't think I can speak about her because I'll get too emotional. And then they said, well, why don't you ask your daughter to speak herself? I said, well, you know, she's barely 15 years old. She doesn't like to speak in front of large audiences, but I'll ask her. So I remember calling up Aisha and saying, Aisha, TED wants you to speak. Are you interested? She said, how many people? I said, well, maybe 200 people. She paused and she said, you know, Dad, I don't think I can, therefore I must. Of course, added to that is the fact that her brother Ishan thought that TED was very, very cool. So of course that, that was an additional incentive for her to speak. And then she went about this like an absolute pro. She rehearsed, she practiced, till she was absolutely pitch perfect. And I want to share with you a short clipping of her first speech that she gave at TED. Remember, this is somebody who was speaking to a large audience for the first time. And in her rehearsal, when she was practicing at one of the venue, she got a standing ovation and she was scampering off stage. And I said, Aisha, where are you going? They're standing up for you. They said, oh, I thought they were so bored, they wanted to leave. This is a girl who did not even know how important a standing ovation was. So have a look at a short clip from her first speech.
There's always something in life to sing about. something to be grateful for. I'm grateful for my loving family, my friends, my dogs. In fact, I'm even grateful for the challenges that life has thrown at me, for which I've experienced life with a much greater intensity than I would have otherwise. And I do believe that my soul would have no rainbow if my eyes had no tears. Thank you for listening.
So she got a standing ovation this time. She was prepared for it and expecting it, so she was quite happy with it. But as time progressed, the disease got worse. And by now she was no longer able to walk. She was on a wheelchair, requiring frequent oxygen. She couldn't even make it to school regularly and therefore had to opt out of many classes. Again, she focused on what she could do. This was her new reality. She wanted to be happy every single moment. And she decided to focus on art. And she loved to paint. She loved to express herself on canvas with the vibrancy of colors because it helped her express herself as nothing else would. So I want to share with you a collection of some of the artwork from Aisha that she did over the years.
First things first, I'm a realist. Just let the whole world feel it. And I'm still in the murder business. I go hold it down like I'm giving lessons in physics. Right. You should want a bad bitch like this. I'm dropping low, pick it up just like this. Yeah. You should want a bad bitch like this. I'm dropping low, pick it up just like this. Yeah. You should want a bad bitch like this. I'm dropping low, pick it up just like this. Yeah. Dropping low, pick it up just like this. Dropping low, pick it up just like this. Yeah. You should want a bad bitch like this.
Her health had declined. She was in a wheelchair, but she was focused on making every day count. Focusing on what she had control over, and she loved art, and she gave it her very best. Unfortunately, time went on, her disease worsened even more. Now she was wheelchair bound, but also full time on oxygen. She was not able to breathe without oxygen. And that obviously would limit her and her movement big time. And therefore, Ted, when they called me back again about a year ago and they said, Aisha is Ted's daughter and we just love when she speaks on TED, so can she come back again and speak? So I went to Aisha and I said, Aisha, would you like to speak, knowing that this time she was not in the same physical condition that she was a couple of years ago. She said, I would like to speak, but I don't want to speak sitting in this wheelchair. And I most definitely don't want to speak with oxygen on my face. I said, why? She said, well, I don't want to do that because I don't want people to pity me, just look at me and feel bad for me, feel sorry for me. I want people to respect me for who I am, not sympathize with me because of my illness. I said, okay, so how will you do it? She said, I will do the speech, but not on a wheelchair, and I refuse to wear the oxygen mask. Once again, Aisha had readjusted to her new reality, but was still determined to set a new goal and make the most of what she could and be the very best that she was capable of being. So I said, how do you plan to do that, Aisha? You can barely breathe. She said, I will train like an athlete. So every day she took off her oxygen mask in preparation for the speech. She started walking on the treadmill slowly to build her physical tolerance to lack of oxygen. And then would ride a cycle, slowly take up a little bit of exercise, and then started practicing speaking without oxygen, and then putting it back, then speaking, and then putting it back. Trained like an Olympic athlete. And I want to share with you the next speech that she gave, which she was sitting down, as you will notice, because she could no longer stand, but she managed to give that speech without wearing her oxygen mask.
So happiness is an attitude. Happiness doing what you truly love, and I feel that happiness can only come from acceptance. I accept who I am, and I accept where I'm at, and I accept the challenges that I'm battling with today. And I'm even more determined to make the most of this wonderful gift of life that God has given me. As Anderson once said, enjoy life. There's plenty of time to be dead.
She said, enjoy life, there's plenty of time to be dead. And I think that is so well captured. Enjoy life, there's plenty of time to be dead. But as you see there, she's speaking without oxygen, determined as she was to make sure that even this was a moment that was truly magical, where she was expanding and pushing her boundaries to be the very best that she was capable of being. Now this is a cruel disease, like I said, and it rapidly progressed and galloped from here. And the last year in particular was brutal. Now she was unable to even sit on the wheelchair. She was lying down in bed. And she was strapped to this oxygen tank 24/7. And she was bored out of her mind. But her mind was, Aisha being Aisha, hugely active. And she said to her mother, Mom, I'm so bored of watching Friends and all these TV serials. I'm really getting bored out of my skull. What do I do? So Aditi, my wife, gave her this book, Notes to Myself, by Hugh Panther. Anybody read that book? Notes to Myself? Yeah, some of you. And it's a collection of musings and thoughts of Hugh Panther. It's a bestseller. So Aisha read it and she was somewhat dismissive, mildly amused, and she chucks the book and says, I can do better than this. This is 4 months before she passes away. And with that, she has got a new goal in life. She has adjusted to her new reality, and once again, she is expanding her boundaries and pushing herself to be the very best that she can be. And she decides to pen down her thoughts. She pens down the thoughts on her phone in the middle of the night when she gets this epiphany. At all odd, strangest hours in her phone because she doesn't have the strength to write it down. She no longer has the strength to do her artwork, her paintings. She starts doodling and creates this new magical art called doodle art, a combination of art and epiphanies. And then she knows that she has written 5,000 words. And I tell her, Aisha, I think this is brilliant. I think it needs to be published. And she's excited about that. She says, well, I did not quite write it down for it to be published, but I'm happy if it will be. And as Anil mentioned, it was a spectacular coincidence. It seemed as if Aisha was just waiting for a book to be finished, for a purpose to be over in a sense. Because the day that the book arrived, she was so weak that she could not even open her eyes. But she felt the title of the book with the tips of her fingers, and she knew that the book had already been printed. And she passed away the next morning. I want to share with you a clip of the last, just taken a few days before she passed away, when she was asked about her message about the book that is called My Little Epiphanies.
And what is the message you want to tell the world?
I think basically everyone's just fighting their own battles together, and we're all on a roller coaster ride. And mine's been going particularly down this year, and I felt so stuck, and so writing this book has really uplifted me, and so I wanted my readers to find peace on whatever roller coaster ride they may be on. So I hope that's what will happen.
Thank you, Aisha.
Thank you.
So Aisha achieved more in her 18 years than many of us do in a lifetime. Would you agree?
Yes.
I think that she was absolutely incredible. And Aisha certainly painted that masterpiece, like you saw, of Van Gogh. It's a masterpiece that will live forever in my heart. And I think the question is, if you want to be happy, and happiness has to start with yourself, first we need to dream of who we want to be. And then wake up every morning determined more than ever to be the very best that we are capable of. So that's the first dimension of happiness. I want to shift gears and talk to you about the second dimension of happiness. And Rajiv also talked about that. It's about giving, the joy of giving. I really believe that the true secret of happiness lies in giving. And when we shift the perspective from me to we. Story comes to mind of Magic Johnson. Have you heard of Magic Johnson? How many of you have heard of Magic Johnson? So Magic Johnson is a big-time athlete, basketball star in the US, and then had HIV and AIDS. And he was interviewed and he was asked, what is your most important life lesson on leadership? And Magic says, you know, when I was growing up in school, I used to be a top-notch basketball player. There was nobody even close to how good I was. And we used to win every single competition there was to be won. And we used to win by a margin of 90 to 20. And out of 90, I would score about 60 points. He said, but you know what? After the game, I was happy, but my teammates were never happy. The families of my teammates were never happy because they didn't have part in that victory. He says, then I decided to change tack. Rather than me being the best shooter and the best basketball player, I became the best passer and the enabler of baskets. I shifted gears. I learned how to pass and how to make moves. With that shift, we still won every single game, not by 90-20, but by 60-20. But this time, everybody was happy. Everyone was happy because my focus had shifted from me to we, and how the collective is far more important than any individual's personal success. So let me share with you some dimensions on me to we, and how that comes to life through the opportunity that I have at my work and opportunity that all of you will have in your careers as you move forward. I really believe that all people are born good. I'm sure you agree with that. And everybody, every human being sitting in this room and outside has a higher purpose and wants to be good and wants to do good. And if that is the case, for organizations as leaders, we have the responsibility to ignite that human spirit and then unleash the potential that we all have by ensuring that it is not only about ambition, but our journey in companies is also about compassion. And let me share with you these two dimensions of how can we ignite the human spirit and how can we shift this perspective and purpose from ambition to compassion. I feel the best way to ignite human spirit is a three-lettered word, and I saw a lot of that this afternoon. It's called fun. I think making sure that people are having a lot of fun in your companies is a fantastic way to ignite the human spirit. And the ways in which we do it at Yum are twofold. One is by creating memories. You know something, you know that an organization is in trouble if people start talking about how good it used to be. And do you remember 5 years ago this happened or that happened? You know you're in deep, deep trouble. And therefore, as leaders, we have to always create new, fresh memories for our employees. And also a culture of recognition where we want to recognize people doing things right. Let me give you a few quick examples of how we do that at Yum. So first, about creating memories. And I think creating memories has to happen, has to start with the leader himself. And how many of you have seen this movie, The Bunk? Everybody, right? I saw a lot of Bollywood singing happening and dancing happening. Where are those two girls, by the way, who dance extremely well? Awesome, that was an absolutely awesome performance. So The Bunk had released, and what I therefore did was, for about 2 weeks, I told everybody in the company to stop shaving and grow a mustache. Men and women were requested to grow their facial hair. So after about 2 weeks, when everybody was looking rather shaggy, we wore whites. You can't see the picture very clearly, maybe you can take the light off. So you can see that I wore a white shirt and a khaki trouser, and we had a Dabang Samosa party one afternoon to create this incredible memory. And I was quite blown away by the impact of this, because when I used to have round tables and ask people, what do you remember about this company? I thought they'd talk about how smart we are, how good our IQ is, and what brilliant strategy we unleashed in the company. The only thing they would remember was the Dabang party. And then inspired by that, as fortunately Bollywood gave us many more hits, came the Chennai Express. So on one day on Chennai Express, I wore this yellow shirt and this lungi. And I wore these glasses and I walked into my lift and the security guard wouldn't let me inside. I finally had to convince him it was indeed me by taking off my shades, not my shirt. And then I went up to various desks and I said, there's going to be a Chennai Express party, and we had this Chennai Express party with a lot of hooklas and all kinds of other stuff. Chennai Express party. And then creating new memories. So always creating new magical moments, fun moments, and memories for the people that you work with. And then finally, I have to say, one of the most events that I look forward to the most is an annual event now. It's called the Leadership Team's Bollywood Dance. I was told later by people that the only people who look forward to that dance is the leadership team themselves. Everybody else sort of tolerates it. And I'm the leader of the pack. I simply love doing it. And the more cheap the Bollywood song, the more fun it is. So I'll show you a little clip so that you'll believe what I'm saying. So have a look at this little clip of this leadership team. Come on, you can give me a louder encouragement than that. So you get the idea. So I think the thing is about, making it a fun place to work. There's nothing that ignites the human spirit as fun does, and I saw so much of that in this room tonight. So I would say that please hold on to that and make sure you unleash that in the organization in which you go. And the second part of it is that you need to create a culture of recognition where you recognize people doing things right. So here's a picture of the ceiling in my office. I have a picture of all the people I've recognized. I go to restaurants. We have about 800 restaurants. I go there, anybody I see doing a great thing, I take a picture with him, I'll send him a personal thank you picture for all the hard work that they're doing. And then I have a picture all over my office in deep appreciation and recognition of the tremendous work that our employees do in various restaurants across the country. And here too, we have a lot of fun doing this. So these are my two much coveted awards. The one on the left is called a Kai Po Chi Award, named after the movie Kai Po Chi. I give it to people who demolish competition. And the right side is the Snake Charmers Award. I give it to people who truly give mesmerizing performance. So both of these are really, really coveted awards. So recognition. And then as we shift the perspective of the organization from me to we, and I said the true happiness, the secret of happiness lies in giving. It can happen only if the purpose of the company is not just to build a business to make money, but also to give back to the community of which we're a part of. This shift of not just ambition, but also compassion. And let me share with you how we bring that to life at Young. For me, my mental picture at our companies, and I think it would be great if you also embrace this, if this appeals to you. I said, we can't really do much about the country that we live in, because we have the government that we have. But we can certainly do a lot about the company that we lead. And wouldn't it be incredible if the country we lead, the company that we lead becomes like the country that we wish to see. That the company that we work in becomes inclusive in the true sense of the term, inclusive of diversity, inclusive of disability. And that's an incredible, incredible vision to have, and I think just imagine the power of that if all the future leaders in this room, right here, right now, would resolve and say, I'm going to make the company that I work in the country that I wish to see. I think we can transform the country. Right? We can transform the country. So, our agenda is about inclusiveness in terms of gender diversity and also ability. Let me give you some quick examples of that. So I'm a big believer in women empowerment. And I really want to see many, 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 many more women in the workspace, especially in our restaurants, where we don't have enough of a representation and impact of the women workforce. So we have an all-woman Kentucky Fried Chicken restaurant in Darjeeling. If you're happy with that, you may applaud. it helps you get some encouragement, then you think it's a good idea. I think it's a fantastic idea, having an all-woman restaurant in Darjeeling. And I think it kind of reflects the kind of commitment that we have towards women and women empowerment. Another initiative that I'm really, really proud of and feel very privileged of is the hearing and speech impaired initiative that we have at Yum. It all began a couple of years ago. I went to this restaurant in Calcutta. I went there, I shook hands with this employee, and I didn't realize she was hearing and speech impaired. She looked at me and she had that look in her eyes of gratitude for the respect and the opportunity that Yum had provided her. And in that moment, I decided that I'll come back and with my team, do something big time to make a difference in the lives of hearing and speech impaired employees. But we said we'll do it with a difference. We said that we will do it with a difference. We'll make it truly, how do I say it? Specially able with a difference in the sense that come up with these special restaurants where the hearing and speech impaired employees are in majority and the hearing employees are in minority. We have 20 such restaurants. We employ more than 400 employees who are hearing and speech impaired, and they work in these restaurants where they are in majority, and the hearing employees have to learn sign language to get along with them. We have inverted the world. Because I really believe, if you truly believe in equal opportunity, then that's the way to give equal opportunity and have the hearing and speech impaired employees do every single job that we expect hearing employees to do. So I feel very privileged to be part of that initiative. But not only that, when I would sit down with the hearing and speech impaired employees and say, what else could we be doing? They would say, we want to grow. And I realized that hearing and speech impairment is a challenge of communication, but has no limitation on the ambition that these employees have. And therefore we resolved that by the year 2015, we will also have the first hearing and speech impaired restaurant general manager leading a hearing store by 2015. And I'm happy to share with you a video interview of our employee here who's on track to become the first hearing and speech impaired restaurant general manager in our company. So have a look at this. That's what I want to share with you, that if the purpose of life is to be happy, then you have to start by resolving to be your best self every single day, to create a masterpiece of your lives by dreaming and making sure that it becomes a reality. And then secondly, ensuring that you're shifting the focus from me to we. And I really hope that you are the future, you are the leaders of tomorrow, that you all go and work in corporates and become big time multipliers of good. Thank you very much. Well, just one other small thing, if I may, Anil. Anil asked me if I could compose a song for you. So I've written a song for you guys specially for this particular occasion. So if you'll indulge me, Anil, I'd like to just sing that. So if I can have my guitar. I also have the lyrics here on the screen, so I'd love it if you would join me. Yeah, this one. So I was speaking to Anil, and I said, what are the values that you teach? Because I think I love this ethos of Soil, where they believe in both character and competence. And therefore, I thought I'd pen down the values that you have learned at Soil in this song that I've made specially for you. All right? So I'll need 2 mics, one on the guitar and is that no? There's another mic there. If you can somebody can hold the guitar mic. So this is the executive assistant. A round of applause for her. I don't want her to stop being an executive assistant. Thanks. All right. So I'll need 2 volunteers. One to hold the guitar mic, one to hold the vocal mic, and 1 chair so I can put my leg up on. Thank you. So I'm going to teach you this song. Can you hear the guitar?
Yes, sir.
It's a very simple melody, so you'll get it very quickly. Okay, so. Now that you're flying away into the world, you must remember lessons that you've learned. How's that? Sing with me. Now that you're flying away into the world, you must remember the lessons that you've learned. A for awareness, mindful existence. B for balance, balance in the world. Sing with me. A for awareness, mindful existence. B for balance, balance in this world. Now that you're flying away into the world, you must remember the lessons that you've learned. C for compassion, always lead from your heart. D for diversity, differences make us strong. Now that you're flying away into this world, you must remember the lessons that you learned. E for ethics that make you who you are, and these are the secrets that will make you all a star. Sing with me. For ethics that makes you who you are. These are the secrets that will make you all a star. Sing with me now.
Now that you're flying away into this world, you must remember the lessons that I've learned. One more time now. Now that you're flying away into the world, you must remember the lessons that you learned.
The Innovators Batch is very, very special. No one has ever done, as far as I know, in no convocation in the world, has the convocation speaker ever written a song and sung a song specially for a convocation. I don't know. Aisha's book is available outside. We managed to get a few copies, so those who wish to buy it, before you leave this evening, is outside. Please do buy a copy. And all the funds they get out of selling the book are going to support children who need support, who are also suffering illnesses and that kind, so it all goes back to the same collective good. And we are very privileged, and I hope the few copies we have will just sell just like that, and so that we will be then encouraged to get many more copies in the future given here in Soil. So thank you.
I certainly have to take some lessons, especially the dance moves. So now we move on to our next session, which is the awards.
So yes, we do have our own share of awards, and time to dive into it. And to do so, for the first set of awards, I would like to call upon Shailendra sir and ANB sir to hand out the awards. Guys, one more big round of applause. The first award of the evening is the Yearly NGO Contribution. This award celebrates a 6-year-long association of soil with causes that are contributing towards human, societal, and environmental development. We would like to recognize that one NGO which has been with us for a long time and has inspired students to relentlessly serve the community. And the very first award goes to Isha. I would like to Mr. Rajesh Rudu and Nidhi Arora.
Thank you, everybody. I would just like ANB sir and Shailendra sir to just stay back for our awards. The next category of awards is Soil Innovation Program Award. This award is given to the student team which has displayed great commitment towards the NGO they have worked with as a part of social innovation program of soil. Under this program, students work in a team towards a cause of their choice, 1 day a week throughout the 1 year at soil. The winners of this award for 2014-15 are Team NTWS. Congratulations, team. Thank you, sir. May I request you to please take your seats? Thank you, sir. The next category we have is SPV Award. SPV Award is a special award created for the student who has faced many challenges, significant challenges in life before and after the soil, which inspired himself to overcome them and became a role model for all the young people around. I would request Nitika ma'am to please step on the stage and speak more about this award and present this award to the winner.
Okay, hi, this award, can you guess? Goes to a girl of huge grit and determination, lots of courage. Sarvani. May I request Niren sir, please? Sarvani, I don't know how many of you know this story here, but she was only 8 years old when she was diagnosed with cancer in the lower abdomen. She underwent treatment for the disease for 1 complete year at Apollo Hospital, right? It was a cancer in the 3rd stage and doctors had very little hope of curing the disease. Little was Sarvani aware of the seriousness of the circumstance, just because she was only 8 years old that time. But she had an acute pain and her parents feared that a lot. But it was her sheer determination which forced the doctors to come to a diagnosis and a treatment, and in fact she would take the cue. I believe she would take the lead in keeping track of her reports and her progress. So I believe in the end the doctors would check more with her than with the nurses, as to what her progress was, and she would, with all her courage and the little girl that she was, go through the alleys and the corridors in the hospital and win the hearts of everybody, nurses, doctors, ward boys, everybody. Her positive attitude to live life and fight the disease not only gave her parents the strength to fight alongside, but also the doctors to challenge medical science and get a breakthrough. Her case was a breakthrough for Apollo Cancer Hospital for successfully curing cancer at 3rd stage. She received the Girl Child of the Year award from IWA, that is International Women's Association, for fighting cancer and successfully completing her academics with excellent results in the year 2002. So,
mentor here, and he said, why don't you share it with your friends, and you might just inspire them with your story. And I just believe that I said to sir that let the year pass by, and if I can touch the lives of my friends and spread a little bit smile, and with my paintings and sketches or the photography that I do, or be it with the presents. So now I think is a wonderful time to share with, after we learned in the happiness session that connect before you correct. I would say connect before you share. So I think now is the perfect time to share with all my friends. And my parents are here, my mom and dad. I think this award goes to you because I was a child. day in and day out. You would be there sitting by my side when I would be taking the injections and the drips and all going on. And my mother was a patient, onlooker over there. And the time that we had, that 1 year roller coaster ride, I think my dad was also, all of us were going through a health karma that time. Me, my brother, and she was the one who was standing strong against the wind. And Mom, this award is for you. And
we needed to do justice by saying why is it called SPV. S is for Sharon, P is for Priyank, and V is for Varun. These are the 3 students who graduated from SOIL, and they were all cancer survivors. In fact, Varun got cancer while he was studying here. And he would go for his chemotherapy and he would come and tell me, Anil sir, I don't want any special concessions. I will come straight out of the chemotherapy and I'm coming to class. I don't want you to make any special rules for me. And Shannon kept cheering all of us till the very end. Unfortunately, after she graduated, she got it for the 4th time. But when she came here, she said, Jesus talked to me and said, go to SOIL. She was a Mumbai Catholic girl. She had never studied in Gurgaon, but she said she heard about SOIL. And she said, Jesus guided me to come and spend a year with you. And she came here. So I went for a memorial service. And her father read out this last message that she sent to all the students of SOIL and the alumni of SOIL to say, whatever happens is for the best. And we must know that the moments that we have in life are very special, and let's spend that time in creating as much happiness for others, quite like Aisha did. And so I think for some very strange reason, which God knows why, they keep sending students to us who are so courageous and who are absolute role models. So thank you very much. I thought I wanted to share that.
Category that we have is Avnish Memorial Award, and I would request Mr. Dwarkanath to come onto the stage and present this award to the winners. Avnish Memorial Award celebrates the best HRLP talent that represents academic excellence and certain qualities that Mr. Dev always represented. His deep love and commitment for the HR profession, his relationship orientation towards the workers, and most of all, his humility and integrity for which he dedicated his life. We have the pleasure to invite the winner of this award, and the award goes to Saurabh Sharma.
Needs to be told on how this award was instituted. We were working with Maruti. Soon after they had a major strike, we were called by Maruti Suzuki to help in improving industrial relations. And one evening, before I was going to Jamshedpur to Tata Steel to do work with them, Avnish came to me and said, Anil, I really need to talk to you because we are going to be heading for some very serious trouble in Maruti Suzuki, and I want to talk to you because we and the employees and the young leaders which have come to power, the union leaders, are not seeing eye to eye. And next day when I was in Jamshedpur, I read that there was violence in the factory, and unfortunately he was killed. And Avnish was the employee, the general manager of industrial relations, who was actually trying his level best to bring both sides together till the very last moment. And so he was a dear friend. And we are so happy to have announced this award in his memory. For all the people, wonderful HR people, I would like to say one thing to you: go and work in factories and always work with unions and industrial relations. That is where real India is. Don't just sit in offices and understand. Go to the outskirts, go to the mines, go to Jamshedpur, go to places like that to discover real India. And that's a true story of an HR person, and that's what Avnish was all about. And his wife, who has been coming each year to hand over this award, she works with the Ministry of Defense. She couldn't be here, so on her behalf also I'd like to say thank you to the whole audience for honoring her husband. Yeah.
Thank you, sir, and congratulations to Soil.
The next award is Dr. Saji Nair Award. Dr. Saji Nair was associated with SOIL as a faculty of B2B marketing for the last 4 years. A PhD from IIT Bombay, he was a full-time faculty at IIM Lucknow. With over 22 years of experience, he was considered as a thought leader in the field of marketing and technology strategy. His expertise contributed to over 95 companies, India and abroad. SOIL was always thankful for his contribution and would always cherish his memories. To present the award, I would like to call upon Mrs. Nair. And the award goes to Vineet Mehra.
I just want to say Professor Saji Nair was a dear friend of SOIL. He came here every year, even though the IIMs introduced a rule that professors were not allowed to go and teach in other business schools, but he managed to convince IIM Lucknow director that SOIL is special, and he came each year and dedicated himself. He was one of the most dedicated teachers I have met. So we have great honor. We also requested IIM Lucknow to start a similar award in his name, but since IIMs are run by government, it's not easy for them to institute such awards. And I hope they will also at some point do that. But we being the flexible organization we are, I'm so happy that Mrs. Nair accepted our invitation and honored SOIL by her presence. Thank you, and thank you for coming and doing this. Thank you. Me about also to talk about Professor V.S. Mahesh Award. That is somebody known to at least 2 people from the Tata Administrative Services who are sitting here, and from Kaushik, because Professor V.S. Mahesh was my first boss in Tata's. He also was the Senior Vice President, Human Resources and Quality of the Taj Hotels. He was a legendary teacher, professor, consultant, and he designed Europe's first master's program in service management in the University of Buckingham. He was a professor in SOIL coming here and teaching, and unfortunately at a very young age God took him away from us, so we thought we will honor the fantastic teacher in Mahesh. So this is, each year we honor the best student in that area. So this is the Professor V.S. Mahesh Award, which Kumar will just announce.
So this award is presented to a student who has displayed immense commitment to the work he or she has done as an RA to SOIL, and has catered to the values of V.S. Mahesh, which were excellence, a questioning mind, and vision. So I would like to call upon the winner of this award, Amol Langer.
And also, I would request you to have the award. model. I know you all have worked very hard for this. I request all the three program chairs, Mrs. Patra, A&B Sir, and Mr. Banerjee to please come on stage. As some of you are aware, the scoring system at SOIL is absolute and not relative to encourage collaborative working. The role model of the badge award is given to the student who's got the highest number of role models and is also amongst the highest aggregate scorer in the badge. The BLP role model goes to... You got it right. HRLP goes to... I think guys, you can do the last one for me. So much, program chairs, and guys, whoever got the award, it was a stupendous and amazing performance by all of you. Moving on.
The next category is Punctuality and 100% Attendance Award. One of our 5 pillars. There are others also. One of our 5 pillars at SOIL is mindfulness. This award celebrates mindfulness in its complete sense. And who better than Mr. Vishal Manchanda from Indus Towers could come, if he could come to the stage and present this award to the winners. Mr. Kaushik, please come on the stage. Punctuality and 100% Attendance Award goes to... First one is Sakshi Grover. Nijit Nayak. Amit Kandre. Attendance, academics, and class participation, but also contributed actively in the extracurricular activities to build the SOIL brand. May I request Mr. Naren Chaudhary to please step onto the stage and present this award to the winner. The winner is, any guesses? Chandrasekhar.
Choice Award. This award winner has not only made us proud with his academic performance, extracurricular involvement, attendance, but also has played a crucial role in inspiring the student community to bring the best out in them. He has been a role model for his excellence in embodying the soil values of mindfulness, compassion, ethics, diversity, and sustainability right through the year in all his actions. This is a very special award, and for this, I would like to call upon Mr. Dubey to hand over the award. Any guesses, guys? I'm quite certain that all of you contributed immensely, but there's one person who did contribute a lot towards my business top line. Ishdeep Singh. Starting with Priyanka Dua. Mohan Sood. Tara Thakkar. Gayatri Basan. Prachi Mehta. Gaurav Sharma. Dhruv Mehta. Animesh Sharma. Prerit Vashish. Piyush Singh. Manan Sachdeva. Rishan Bhamri. Abhishek Iyer. Thank you, ANB sir, for your contribution. Now I would like to call upon Mr. Banerjee to give away the HRLP awards. Ratna Priya. Chini Rana. Amol Langer. Lakshmi Yadav. Aman Jain. Innovators badge, you need to raise your volume. Believe me, you're disappointing me. Chandrasekhar. Anurag Yadav. Aditi Sood. Anshu Sharma. Nilanjana Chaturvedi. Gurleen Dhillon. Swapnil Singh. Navdeep Singh. Gaurav Chauhan. Avni Raghuvanshi. Saurabh Sharma. Salita Jacob. Karen D'Souza. Shankar Kailash. Indubati. Swati Muralidharan.
Jayalakshmi Swaminathan. Meenambal T.S. Mahesh Pundla. May I now request Neetika ma'am to please come onto the stage and present the certificates to the BLP batch. Thank you, Arunam sir.
There is a condition for these awards. The applause has to be very loud.
Nitin Nautiyal. Yogesh Sharma. Neeti Chaudhary. A big round of applause. Nijit Nair. Aditya Aditya Bhushan. Mayuri Garg. Richa Shukla. Varun Agrawal. Samarth Bhatia. Smriti Mishra. Yeah, no, this was for boys. Vasu Sharma. Aditya Thakkar.
समझ आ गया
Amit Khalvade. Neha Sharma. Swati Chabra. Morris Chaturvedi. Pooja Singh. S.K. Asif. Sakshi Global. Ishbeet Singh. Vatsala Sardar. Sumit Mathur. Sarbani Das. Rini Nair. Jairaj Joseph. Kishore Deenan. Minache R. Bhargav Chandrababu. Gopal Krishnan A.S. Eril Murgan Jagadisan. Deepika Jain. Sheena Jindal. Amiya Anshu. Vineet Mehra. Amish. There has been a slight change in the schedule, so I would like to invite Ishdeep Singh for the President's speech.
Good evening, everyone. I, Ishdeep Singh, President of 2015 Innovators Batch, welcomes all the esteemed guests, enlightened students, proud parents, respected faculty, and honored staff members. With high gratitude and my warm regards, your gracious presence has made our day even more special. Here we are, the last day of soil, the last day of BLP, MLP, and HLLP, the last day of sitting together, the last day of making notes, the last day of group assignments, the last day of using mobiles in the class with the fear of getting caught, the last day of cyber home disconnections, and the last day of deadlines, 11:59. And we realize, last day of Cyberpunk. And now we realize, we don't want to face the end, we want to stay. It has been a roller coaster ride for all of us. A year of sleepless nights, a year of endless parties, a year of last minute presentations, a year of surprise cruises, a year of endless guest lectures, a year of great visiting faculties, a year which has given us so many memories to live with, so many friends to die for, so many learnings to honor, a year of friendships, a year of love, a year of heartbreaks, and multiple emotions condensed into one small heart, a year which is nearing the end, and we want to see. So give me the privilege to talk about you today. It's your day, your journey, your 1 year in soil. Imagine yourself 1 year back, when you were still in the procedure of deciding whether to join soil or not. You were ready to leave your home, you were ready to leave the comforts and climb the ladder of success. I am sure you were excited, but as they say, there are very few days in life when a person is really excited. Either it's the first day or the last day of college. I can imagine the anxiety and the tingling in your stomach that you felt today when you will be getting ready for this convocation. What would be convocation like? What would be auditorium look like? What would be my new life like? There are so many things to be curious about. Today is the last day when we feel truly alive in this temple of happiness, and we want to stay just a little while longer. This year has been full of events and activities, be it informal events like a seniors convocation or blood donation camps, or on triathlon, Diwali night, Garba night, Pongal or Lodi, or formal events like Inspire Leadership Conference, Business Forum, Giraffe Hero celebrations, Gita Day, This institute has given us enormous opportunities for us to grow ourselves in all possible verticals. The day we came, Anil sir said in his introductory speech, this institute is a pool of knowledge. Your studies should not come between your learning. Soil has played an amazing role in making our journey worthwhile for us. The bag of opportunities has acted as an architect to our careers and interests so that we can come out of the shell and discover our latent talents. There was never a day in past 1 year when I went to third floor with an idea and they sent me back with a disagreement. I hereby thank all the staff and faculty members who always pushed us to go beyond our limits and trusted us completely with our intentions and actions. Teachers have been the most invaluable part of our journey. I believe all of us will agree to the fact that in spite of having individual mentors allotted to us, we still had this cushion that we can go to third floor and the whole third floor was a mentor. No matter we go to any staff, any faculty, any person on third floor with any question, be it academic, be it personal, we'll get an answer to that. The faculty here stands the true pillar of compassion and mindfulness. They have been guiding, they are the guiding power for not only our skills, but also our behavioral competencies. The teachers here inspired us with hope, ignited our minds with imaginations, and instilled our heart with the love of the learning. If I could, I would want to touch the feet of every teacher here who held our hands, opened our minds, and touched our hearts. And for that, we can never stop respecting them. Since we are on this topic, how can I miss some esteemed faculties who came here to teach but left an ever-remembering mark on our hearts? Mr. Arvind Nair, Mr. Chiranjeev Kohli, Mr. Shyam Viswanakan, Mr. Venkataraman, Ankur Variku, Nitya Shanti, Simon Goland, Lilac, and many more leaders who not only empowered us, but also nourished us with all the experiences and with all their experiences. It is right to say, Soil invests hugely in the students' growth. And when I say this both for the resident and external faculties. We cannot think of a higher level of education that we have already received. Reason being, the teachers who taught us, they teach us by their heart, not by any book. The greatest of the elements of Soil was Social Innovation Program, where each one of us has to go every Wednesday to work with an NGO of their choice and serve the society. Working with the people, analyzing the functions, knowing the root cause, and applying MBA concepts learned, developed in us a sense of behavioral and character improvements along with academic skills and competencies. Let us now come to them who kept us lively with their laughs, with their gigs, with their jokes, and with their endless support. Our friends, be it the Tamil group, be it the Punjabi group or any other group, there was a strong attachment and sense of sacrifice for each other. Soil indefinitely made us very compassionate, not only towards the society, but towards varied cultures as well. We stayed together, we fought together, we cried together, we laughed together, we partied together, and sometimes we studied together. They say finding friends with the same mental disorder is priceless. And I guess we all have found one or the other. We studied together, helped each other in their activities, stood beside each other, and played the role of mother, father, mentor, sibling whenever required. As they say, good friends are hard to find, harder to leave, and impossible to forget. And I can say, away from a family, we got a new family here. I would still say the best part of the entire year was Sitbari, where with the blessings of Swami Chinmayananda, we was there in the feet of Himalayas, learning how our life could be lived in a different manner, a different way of living in the sense of knowing ourselves. The lessons we got there will be instilled in us forever. It was a perfect blended course for imbibing the sense of body, mind, intellect, and spirituality into oneself. Soil preaches very strongly about their values, their 5 pillars, on which this building is standing. And most of us were intrigued to know how can someone be ethical, mindful, compassionate, sustainable, all at the same time, especially when they have such diverse environment. I believe Soil has truly exemplified this throughout the year. Every single person in this building, doesn't matter if it's the helper in the building or a guard outside or a respected faculty and staff, they exhibited these values with their hearts. I can go talking on and on this, but as we know, we have time constraints and I have to be mindful about it. When we entered Soil, we all had one common skepticism, and which was a valid one. That was placements. What if we don't get placed? What if we don't get a good package? What profile will we land into? What will be our next journey like? Will I become a good manager or a good damager? But I really want to say, Soil's career management team along with Career Forward team has worked really hard. who have put an immense effort in making sure we all get the answers to these questions. Time is running, so I have to finish up, but I really don't want to miss out on the learnings of Anand Sir's self-leadership classes. The classes introduced us to a whole new world of knowing ourselves, the ability to acknowledge, understand, appreciate, and not only our strengths and weaknesses, but others too. The ability to nurture and harness one's own passion and emotions. The ability to acknowledge the gifts of others and the ability to motivate others towards their development. Well, we learned how important it is to take care of the people who really care for us and trust us and support us. Anil sir taught us who we really are. How can we give back to them with a true gratitude and love that we have in our hearts? In short, Anil sir helped us know ourselves. And on behalf of whole batch, I would like to thank you, Anil sir, for being such an inspiration for us. So let me just ask here once again, for how many of us this day is the biggest and proudest day of their lives? Shall I tell you the reason why? This is because of your parents. The parents who are sitting beside you. The parents... It's your parents who have sent their blessings for your well-being. Our parents might not be perfect in everything, but they're the most precious gifts we have ever got. And anyone in this world can have a child and call themselves a parent. But a real parent is someone who puts that child above their comforts and pleasures and nurtures them to the core, for them to become a better human. And that is what our parents did by supporting us in this education. For them, it was just yesterday when you were holding their finger and trying to walk. And here you are now, ready to spread wings and take another course of journey, all independently. The most beautiful thing in our life is to see our parents smiling and knowing that we are the reason behind that smile. So let us give this happiness to them right now. Can I request all of you to again stand up and give a huge round of applause to the selfless act that our parents have done for us. We sometimes become so busy growing up that we forget that our parents are also growing up with us. I expect and I urge this batch of innovators to love and adore their parents for their lifetime. Make a difference, live the dream, relish the adventure, stand strong, shoot for the moon. Even if you miss it, you will still land amongst the stars. Steve Jobs once said, your time is limited, so don't waste it living someone else's life. Don't let the noise of others' opinion drown you out your own inner voice. And most important, have the courage to follow your heart and intuition. Somehow they already know what you really want. I, Ishdeep Singh, a proud Soilite, wishes every member of Innovators Batch a very happy graduation day. Thank you.
Thank you, Ishdeep. I would now like to seek the permission of Mr. Naren Chaudhary and rest of the audience to please let the students team come over and present a song sequence. They have put in a lot of hard work and heart to that. So may I have the permission? So I consider this as a yes? Thank you. I would like to invite Prachi and team to perform onto the stage.
You ready? Put them up, yo! Put them up, yo! Put them up, yo! Put them up, yo! I want you to put your hands up in the air and sing along with me. This is 10% love, 20% skill, 15% concentrated power of will, 5% pleasure, 15% faith, and 100% reason to get back on the day. Because any of these name up in life, he just wants you to be known. Whether it's the beat or the mic, he feels so unlike everybody else alone, in spite of the fact that some people think that they know him, believe him. He knows the code. It's not about the salary, it's all about reality and making some noise, making the story, making sure his click stays up. That means when he puts it down, dogs figure it out. Who the hell is he anyway? He never really talks much, never comes up with status, this really make them starstruck. Humble to opportunities given despite the fact that many misjudging cause make a living from writing rap. Put it together, instead on the picture connect. They will take to one head, to get some respect. so I'm focused to worry mode. This will is beyond reach and all it unfolds. The skill of an art. This is 20% skill, 80% fear, be 100% fear. Whose value is it? Who would have thought it'd be the one to set the West in place? When I heard him rapping with the Christian name of the game, rap, drop, and the death took him to church. Like each man, why you have this hope is worth prove it. Now everybody's giving him guess spot. God damn how they do it, man. This is 10% luck, 20% skill, 15% concentrated power of will, 5% pleasure, 50% pain, and 100% reason to remember the name. Thank you.
Last time, Prachi.
तुमसे हाथ चुरा ले चले सारे गम तेरे खुश रहे यारा की सदा
तुमसे भी ज्यादा होगी अब यादें प्यारियां हम दोनों की है अपनी लाचारियां अब हंसते हंसते तुम पे ले खुशियां पारियां मर्ज भी है देती जान भी है देती जान भी है लेती दर्द भी है देती आया
ना छोड़े आया ना छोड़े
आया
ना छोड़े अब जीने को जाने को ना कोई रास्ता तन्हाइयों से होगा अब अपना रास्ता
खुद को अब तो कर देंगे लापता वो जान ले तू ऐसे है जरा भूलने से चाहते हैं कैसे है निभाने कैसे आया ना छोड़े आया ना छोड़े आया
So this one's for you, Dad, because I know wherever you are, you're looking at me and wishing me all the happiness in life.
पापा कहते हैं बड़ा नाम करेगा बेटा हमारा ऐसा काम करेगा मगर ये तो कोई न जाने कि मेरी मंजिल है कहाँ friends in me. You can count on me like 1, 2, 3, I'll be there. And I know when I need it, I can count on you like 4, 3, 2, you'll be there. 'Cause that's what friends are supposed to do, oh yeah. Friends are supposed to do, oh yeah.
Good desire.
students and audiences for allowing us to have another 15-minute session. Now I would like to call upon the member of all the member of student council to unveil the pledge.
Please repeat it after we say.
We should
I request everyone to please stand. The students. Only the students, the parents could take this seats. Okay. No matter what you do in life, no matter where you end up,
no matter where you end up
in your life, what really matters is how you do it. So we, the batch of innovators, do hereby pledge that we will not only abide by the 5 pillars of soil, but also strive hard, innovate, and take a path where we can proudly say, we are innovators. Because Soilers!
to the stage to do so. Before that, may I please invite Romila to extend a vote of thanks to all present here.
Thank you for your generosity with giving us more time and being such a patient audience. I'll just take a couple of more seconds, maybe 30 seconds more, to thank all the people who worked very hard and made this convocation possible. So, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, before we call the convocation ceremony to a close, on behalf of the School of Inspired Leadership, I have the honor and privilege to express our sincere appreciation and gratitude to you for being here today. I would like to express our sincere thanks to Noria ji for being our guide and creating space and time for all of us to see soil from the eyes of our stakeholders, including our parents, our alumni, and our students. I'm sure many among us will think of all these perspectives when we get to work every morning. And also like to thank our board members, Dwarkanath ji and Yogesh Yanli ji, for being here today to encourage our students. A special thanks to our guest of honor, Mr. Rajiv Dubey and Mr. Niren Chaudhary. Mr. Rajiv Dubey, he's not here, but I really want to thank him for sharing his journey with us. It reinforces the fact that behind the success and illustrious career that we see today, there are lessons in humility, in hard work, risk-taking, sheer grit, and perseverance. Above all, I hope you take the lesson that he gave very important, to define success in your own terms for your own self. Mr. Niren Chaudhary, he's not here, and his wife Aditi Chaudhary, but I really fall short of words as I really want to thank him for sharing Aisha's life with us today. I think it takes a lot of courage as a parent to do that. A life that inspires us to focus on what we can do and not on what we cannot do, to expand boundaries and being the best that you can be. And his message really came home. What matters most in life is being happy. And I hope all of you will imbibe that message and create happiness wherever you go. I also want to thank our parents for reposing trust in us. Your trust is the strength to continue to do what we do. Thank you especially to you and all the family members for coming all the way to our convocation. We can see that you are both happy and proud to be here, and also very generous since you stayed on till the end, though we overstretched time. Okay. And I also want to really extend a sincere thanks to our industry partners, our NGO partners who are here to encourage our students, and also our soil alumni. And special thanks to Kumud and Ashwini. Thank you for being here. You really brought it all together. Really, we should give them a big round of applause. And in last 1 week, they've been here every evening post-work, trying to understand every minute detail so that it all goes smoothly. Okay? And we also have a very special group of people here who have been working tirelessly since morning, quietly serving us, really working selflessly. And these are our volunteers from the upcoming batch. And anyone here? Okay. legacy is in safe hands. Innovators, you're really getting a good batch coming behind you. Okay, Henry Adams once said, a teacher affects eternity and you can never tell when his effects and when his influence stops. I want to thank our distinguished faculty members and mentors who are here today feeling no different than the scientists at ISRO who are, as they are launching their own versions of MOMS into orbit today. I'm sure teachers, you're proud of each one of the innovators today. This year, we had a very special award to honor the memory of our distinguished faculty, Dr. Saji Nair. I really want to thank Mrs. Nair for being here today to encourage our students. Thank you. Thank you, Anil sir, for reminding us that Convocation is a time to celebrate students, their experiences, and all those who make this journey very meaningful. I'd also like to thank our program office, our career management services, finance and administration, and team marketing for ensuring that the journey of our students is smooth as they set out to achieve their goals. Last, but by no means less, a special thank to you innovators. You really touched our hearts. And what a year it has been. I'm sure it feels like you walked here yesterday. You've reached a very important milestone in your life, and you're stepping into the world as inspired leader. This, by no means, is a mean achievement. Being an inspired leader brings with it the aura and glory of carving the path for others to follow. It also carries with it the responsibility of being a role model in all spheres of life. Not just the big, bold tasks that you set out for yourselves, but also in the little things that you do as you navigate through life. I'm sure you will all fare well and live up to the values of soil. As you step outside the classrooms of soil to embrace the challenges, make choices, doing different things in different parts of the world differently, be rest assured, we at Soil are looking out to hear stories of success and of your journey. Once again, on behalf of every faculty and everyone here at Soil, I want to wish for you an Irish blessing. May the road rise up to meet you. May the wind be always at your back. May the sun shine warm upon your face and the rains fall soft upon your fields. And until we meet again, may God hold you in the palm of His hand. For one more time, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the innovators.
Go for it.